All right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1 if you don't mind. But I believe, yes, showing being live. Mr. Openin, Matt, Maliso. I always like to get up to 5 ones before I feel totally confident in it. Jim, thank you. One more. Steve, all right. I will assume that I sound fine. Still got the cold going on, but we'll push through. And we'll see how things go. Craig, thank you. Steven, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. What is today? Wednesday? My week is so messed up right now. Today is Wednesday. Wednesday, July 23rd. Voice sounds a little better. Good. All right. Well, that's a step in the right direction. I think it feels better too. I don't know. Maybe that's just me imagining it. Versace, how you doing? All right. Well, we have an eventful morning past. How's everybody's day going so far? Green, red, great, terrible, average, no trades, lots of trades, too many trades, just enough trades. Yeah, what's going on with DN? I've seen several people talking about DNUT. And just had a big gap up. Oh, started yesterday. Gotcha. What isn't that, Krispy Kreme? If I remember right. I think that's Krispy Kreme. I guess I don't know for sure. Open Door coming back or no? I think the party's probably isn't. Last I checked, I think party's over on Open. I think. Oh, it's getting pretty sketchy. Yeah, Open built a lot of false confidence for people. Was handing out lots of fool's gold, but the reckoning may now be in. Steve's still in a call. Steve, you better not be day trading options. Steve, if you're day trading options, we need to have a long chat. Maximilian, hey Clay, what are your thoughts on Spew down more than? I have no thoughts on Pew. This is a live stream for day trading futures. Oh man, Steve, you're working harder, not smarter, Steve. Day trading options is oh boy. Not saying you can't make money day trading options, but you are mathematically speaking working harder, not smarter. You're working, dare I say, very inefficiently. Thoughts on WLGS? Well, Rick's, I would say to pull your money out of WLGS because you don't know what you're doing. You're way too much of a new trader. How can I know that you're a new trader? Because you offered no context at all. That's actually a very dangerous question. How so? Well, let's say you're asking about WLGS from a day trading standpoint, but I just assume you're asking from an investing standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from an investor standpoint. That could be very dangerous information from a day trader viewpoint. Or on the flip side, maybe you're asking from a day trader standpoint, but I just assume you're asking from a investor standpoint because, again, you provided zero context. So then I start giving you my thoughts from a day trading standpoint. That would be very irrelevant, potentially very dangerous information to you as an investor. So the fact that you did not know to specify what kind of context you were asking in tells me that, and no offense, I mean, we all start off as new people. We're all start off as newbies. There's no shame there. So I would say for you, you need to take a step back. You have a lot more learning to do. Now, had you shown up saying, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I use the 5-minute and the 15-minute. What are your thoughts on WLGS? Okay. Hey, Clay, I'm an investor. I like to use the hourly time frame and the weekly. What are your thoughts on WLGS? Okay, that makes sense. But just what are your thoughts on this? You got newbie written all over you, which again is fine. We all start off as newbies. So what are my thoughts? My thoughts are you got to slow down and do some more learning. So why are you doing it then? If you know that the math is not in your favor, Steve, why are you doing it? How does that make sense? All right, well, maybe kind of missed the trade right there. Not the gammas, the thetas. The thetas is what's going to kill you in options. I mean, amongst other things too, but yeah. Hey, it is true. You have told me, so it's my own fault. But if I do not remind people to hit the like button, it just doesn't get hit. How are we only at 11? So as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure to hit that like button. If you've never been here before, then yeah, no need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you've been here before, make sure to hit that like button. All right, this looks like it is. Let's see. So short here, tight stop. Let's see if it wants to get rejected off of the purple line. Throw out a couple orders just in case it spikes down. Nothing fancy here. We're at this resistance. We're also now at the purple line. So let's see if it wants to get rejected off of it. I am short. Blue line is my entry. Let's just start things with the win. Let's just get the scalpy scalp. So that was a change of trade plan. Probably not good. That was definitely the live stream voice weighing in. Hey, let's start off the live stream with a win. You're staring at a win. Just take the scalpy scalp instead. So that's what I did. Which means this thing is probably about to roll over. Since I took the scalpy scalp, get ready for this thing to revisit lows, right? There we go. We did officially start off the live stream with a win. I'm an experienced day trader. No, you're not. No, you're not. The fact that you did not tell me you were asking from a day trading standpoint tells me you're new, and that's okay. There's no quicker way. Oh, good. Well, I look pretty smart to have turned that into a scalpy scalp. All right, excellent. There's no quicker way to tell me you're new without telling me you're new than to just ask, hey, what do you think on this, without providing any other context. Was reviewing your robotic trader course from Wow. I didn't know I didn't know you had gone through that, Versace. I was not aware. Maybe Maximilian, but like I said, around here, those meme stocks are pure and utter garbage compared to day trading futures in a prop firm. Futures make low floats, small caps look like paint drying, which may sound crazy because I get it. They have the reputation of moving very quickly, but I'm telling you right now, I can show you mathematically how day trading futures in a prop firm make small caps, low floats, penny stocks, options, 0 DT options look like paint drying. Steve, so real quick, for any of you that do day trade options, my claim is that day trading options is one of the not smart things you can do. I'm not saying you can't make money. I'm just saying you're working harder, not smarter. You're working very inefficiently. How so? Yes, I only use TPT, Jay. Absolutely. I love them. Best in the business as far as I'm concerned. But how is options just not good? Well, let's just look at a situation. So you buy an option. Obvious way you make money is if it goes up. Obvious way you lose money is if it goes down. But everything that has a value, whether that's a car, piece of real estate, an option, a stock, has three things it can do. It can go up, can go down, or it can just go sideways. Now, the normal rational person can say, okay, well, going sideways, that's the neutral part. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. But in the world of options, you also lose money because of this thing called theta. So let's think about this. Of the three things an option can do, two of those three things will cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money. Now, maybe you're saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options. All kidding aside, that is super, super impressive. I'm impressed. The question that you have to ask yourself is, how much money would you have made more? How much money would you be making right now if you did not have to deal with theta? And that is what futures give you. That is what we talked about around here, known as Pam's plant. So Pam's is the argument of why you should day trade futures. And then plan is why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. But for you options day, right here, there is no theta in options. And even if we just assume options and futures move the same, they don't. Futures move way better anyways, but let's just assume they both move equally. Well, why would you choose to trade something that's got theta attached to it? So yes, futures are contracts also. These contracts do not have theta. So that is why I say mathematically, why take on a situation where you have a 67% chance of losing money? It literally, mathematically speaking, doesn't make any sense. Just Blue Pro. Yeah, Jay, you got to just you got to be more aggressive with your profits until you hit your buffer, and then you can kind of do whatever. But yeah, not the first, won't be the last. But good job passing, Jay. That's great. That means hey, the fact you even got to the pro account shows that you passed, which is a great step in the right direction. Does that make sense? Who was I talking to? Steve. There we go. Does that make sense, Steve? And to any other options day traders out there? Hey, Tom, good to see you. Basically, you mean that trading stock futures is safer than small cap stocks. Yes, it is safer in the sense of your money is better protected because you have very little money on the line in the first place. Again, that's assuming trading futures through a prop firm. If you're just trading futures with your own cash, no, it is not safer because futures move and move quickly. But if you're trading futures through a prop firm, so again, Pam's plant, then yes, it's safer in the sense of you have way less money at risk. I didn't know futures had no theta. Well, there you go, Steve. That's the whole point of the live stream. I'm here to let people know about Pam's plant. And now you know. All right, we are approaching VWAP. Is this a potential short? I think I got a little more aggressive. Blue and oh, you got more, huh? Usually, Jay, we see the opposite. Is people get a little less aggressive because it's now their pro account. But I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying, for me at least, I always get a little bit more conservative once I'm in my pro accounts. What we just, wow. All right. Just going at the 5 minute. Yeah, okay. I was thinking of short until I just realized that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're working on the 6th green candle in a row. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and just not be interested in going short. But on the flip side, I mean, do you really go long here? Doesn't that seem like kind of chasing, FOMOing? So yeah, in other words, for me, this is a SOH trade right now. Sit on hands. I just need to watch. Because again, do you really short a chart that's looking essentially straight up? But at the same time, do you really go long up around here when it's gone up without a pullback? Things can get sketchy. Do you need to purchase data? No, data is included in your in the fee when you buy the account. Have you actually had a payout from Take Profit? I have. For me, day 4. Yeah, I've had multiple payouts, Keith. Yep. In fact, I've done a couple videos on the payouts, which I think are valuable videos. I get it. Self-admittedly, I try to get tricky. I try to set people up to get their brains in one area. But because from an educational standpoint, I'm trying to prove a point. So yes, I'm getting tricky, but I think for good reason. So there's one. This right here would show one of the payouts. But again, I'm being tricky if you decide to watch that video. And then there's another one where I did showing a payout. But again, the videos I've done on payouts are designed to trick you up front. But I would argue coming from a compassionate, caring type of way, tricking, because I'm trying to reframe your brain a little bit. Thanks. I'll check out the videos. Hey Zach, how you doing? I traded aggressively only because of trailing. I do have stopped. Yeah, I did. Just stick with the base hits. TBT question. I am 1 week out from my month and still haven't passed my test. When they charge me for the next month, does it reset? Yeah, if you only have like 3 days left before, just wait for the reset at that point, Travis. Yeah, do not reset your account if you're like 3 days away. Oh, there's the move back down. Ooh, now this is why you don't want to chase, kids. On the long side. Now I know chasing worked there and there and there, but if you chased and then just held and hoped and hoping it'd go back up, well, all it takes is one of these where you chased up here and you are very far underwater and getting even further underwater. Yikes. In fact, hopefully people like that, if they did chase, hopefully they were doing so in a prop account, because those accounts are, they're down a whole lot in a hurry. Did you just quote Scott at, I do not know who Scott Adams is. So to be fair to you, Alan, yes, I potentially quoted Scott Adams, but it was not intentionally, or I was not aware of it. Again, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Sooner we can get this up to that 50 like, quicker we can get there, the first milestone is hit. Kershid, you should be in the private community, Kershid. You could have joined. You could have joined. Oh, actually, no, that's not the trade. That was a different trade. Oh, can somebody remind me? I need to lose money. I need to lose like I think like $300 to $400 today. We won't do it right this second, but I do, on one of my accounts, I do need to lose some money. Please do not let me forget. Like maybe I should do it right now. I want to get more people here though, because it's an important thing to kind of show how to do it. Jim, how's your day going, Jim? Hey, all right. I'm liking this group. Only 6 away from 50. Come on. 6 more likes. Yesterday we had 50 likes by the 20-minute mark. Don't let yesterday's group beat you out. Go short here and you should lose. Yeah, see, this is why I'm going to show you how to do it. All of you are thinking, which to be fair, the first time I had to lose money, I did it the way that all of you are apparently thinking how to do it, which is just, I mean, we're making life way harder on ourselves than it actually needs to be. And so I don't know if Hooch is here, but a member was like, Clay, what are you doing? Do this. And okay. It's way more anticlimactic, see? See? Steven was like, go short here and you should lose. Uh-oh, Steven. Uh-oh. But I will show you how to lose money quickly and properly and in a controlled fashion for the most part. Jim, you should know how to do this. You've seen, come on, Jim. I've done it like 10 times on the live stream. You've never seen me lose money intentionally on the live stream, Jim? There you go. Exactly. But yes, somebody remind me. I do need to lose money on a new racehorse I got today. I did pass a test account today, so I'm putting that in the stable, which is good. And then I fired up another account because that's just part of my model. I'm always looking to get test passed so that I have a quote unquote stable of racehorses. So I consider my pro accounts the racehorses. So I'm trying to turn horses into racehorses and get them in the stable. And a horse becomes a racehorse as soon as you pass the test. And then that way, if one of my racehorses dies, aka I blow up a pro account, I already have a racehorse in the stable and I can plug it right back in. Feeling better? Not really. I kind of feel the same, but I think my voice sounds better. No, Open Door is an education session now. Open Door is now letting everybody know that they thought they were great traders, that they're not great traders, that they were just getting lucky and making money through just pure degenerate gambling. That's the phase Open Door is in right now. Right? Here's why the market is hard. Because idiot morons that don't want to listen to anybody, that want to tell everybody that, hey, you know what, you're not actually trading. Shut up, hater. Because they buy right there, then they make money. Then they buy there and they make money. And, even right there, think about it. There is people, so here's a perfect example of how the market just builds up false confidence. There are people that could have bought the high right there, refused to sell, had it drop all the way against them, and then the very next day, boop, they made money. And then people could have bought right there and made money. People could have bought right there and made money. Just chasing. And then, think about it. Any of these buys along the way, any dips, eventually went back up. So you could have bought the dip, held and hoped, and hey, you're good. You would have been rewarded. But here now seems to be the dip that has not gone back up. So all the people that were making all kinds of money thinking they're all hot shots, talking trash to veteran traders who are trying to help them out, stop. You're just jealous. Did you make any money? Then shut up. This is education for them. Like, yeah, sorry. You actually don't know what you're doing. Trading takes a little bit more than buying a dip and then just waiting for it to go back up. So that's the current status that Open is in right now. It's in school is in session. That's the stage that Open is in right now. School is in session is the current formation here. Open was a great short. No, Matt, it was not a great short. It's people that short those stocks, it's only a matter of time before they have literally zero money. I mean, it's a great short if you got short right there. But what about the people that got short right here thinking this was coming back down? Roasted. Yeah. No, these are the exact opposite. In fact, part of this happening is because shorts are getting roasted. So no, it was not a great short. I assure you, like 100% guaranteed, there are many shorts that would disagree. This was not a good short because half of this was indeed a short squeeze. And a short squeeze is where shorts are getting roasted and getting margin called and being forced to buy. Therefore, they're losing money. It was for you, but you're just playing with fire, Matt. You are playing with absolute fire. If you short those sorts of stocks, it's only a matter of time before you get absolutely roasted. Which again, I'm good. Matt is now in the future. He's doing Pam's plan. But there is zero reason to take on that amount of risk shorting that type of stock. Zero. Now, maybe 10 years ago before futures, developed the micros and then the prop firms, maybe it made sense then to short micro caps and all that sort of stuff. But now it makes zero sense to short those sorts of things. Yeah, but they're garbage. They go back down. Yeah, they are garbage. They do go back down. That's fine. But the problem is they can also spike. So even if a move went like this and then came back down, yeah, if your timing was off and you got short there and then you got margin called right there, oh, bummer. You got margin called on. So your account is wrecked, gone, and then it went down. But yes, I do get the sales pitch. Well, penny stocks, small caps, they're all garbage. So yeah, short them. They'll go back down. Yeah. Do they go down before they liquidate you or after? That's the question. I did not tell you, Christian, because if you want to know, I'm telling you, you could join my private community and then you could get the alerts right then and there. Free is not free. Degenerate gambling for sure. Buy 100 shares of something and sell it. It's all I know how to do. God, I'm trying to help you, God, but you are way overthinking this futures thing. You're way overthinking it. I appreciate your feedback on YouTube, but man, you threw a lot of excuses my way on why you can't do it. So I think the question that you need to ask yourself, God, is are you actually serious, or do you want to just be a degenerate? If you want to just be a degenerate, that's totally fine. The market is a great place to be a degenerate. You can save yourself a plane ticket to Las Vegas. Be a degenerate, but don't sit there and talk like you want to be serious, but when deep down, well, I'm just here for the fun. I'm just here to be degenerate. Own it if that's what you want. So that's what I think. That's your main question right now, Gad. Is I'm not quite sure. Like I said, all the reasoning you gave me, it's like, are you sure, or you just are here for the fun? Hey, Brian. All right, Matt, you do your own thing. It's unnecessary risk on your part. But if you want to take unnecessary risk in your trading, then so be it. Open was a great short. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Do you always trade on the NASDAQ, or do you like S? I like the MNQ and the NQ, Brian. I don't have anything against ES and MES. I do have something against gold. I don't understand why people trade gold futures. I definitely don't understand why people trade Bitcoin. Well, I mean, I understand why. They find themselves in like a cult-like mentality, where it's like team gold or team Bitcoin. And even if you decide to stop trading, gold options, for example, like yeah, the futures do make a lot of sense. Let me do futures, but I'm still only gonna do gold futures. Yeah, but even if MNQ and NQ and ES and MES move better, yeah, I don't care. I'm on team gold. In the morning session, my bread and butter time. For those of you that are maybe new, I am not a good late morning, early afternoon trader. And if you've watched the channel's been around since 2013. So feel free to not believe me. This can be confirmed just by going over the hundreds and hundreds of videos I've done over the decade. But I've done usually what I call the be done in 30 approach, or at least I'm usually done by 11 a.m. So 90 minutes in, that's the opening bell. That's where I like to trade. And I've never been a late morning, early afternoon trader. Well, then why are you trading? A more than valid question on your part, because the history of the live stream is this has all been by accident. And if you don't believe me, just go back in the archive, watch the first ever live stream. I kept it up just because it's kind of funny. But I was clicking some buttons. Oh, go live. Okay, so that's how you live stream. And I clicked on that, and you'll see, oh, whoa, people are here already. Because I can't remember, there's like 25 people that showed up almost just like that. So it caught me off guard. And over the months now, I think I've been live streaming now about 5-6 months. Over the months I've learned people do like to see live trading. But I do have a private community who I owe my ultimate loyalty to. So during the morning session, I am giving them alerts. So I'll just show you. So like this is where my time is being devoted during that opening, basically 90 minutes. So like here's an alert that I gave to the private community members right here. Mapped out this trend line right here. Just threw out there, hey, is this on the NQ? Is this the flush? Is this a key trend line to be watching? Map that out for members. Not that members blindly followed, but I just threw it out there. And you can see there's that trend line right there that I drew. And this is actually the trade that made me too much money. Because this thing, I thought it could, no, I don't remember. I think that was the trade. But anyways, you can see huge move down. On that one, made $1,800 on account, but I do have to lose some of it, as I'll explain in a little bit. So that's what I'm doing during the opening 90 minutes. I'm making alerts, giving watch lists to the private members. So that is why I am trading or doing this live stream during the hours where I'm not that good. So because I'm not that good, that's why I always like to do MNQs. I'm not terrible. I can still make money. But I'm also not going to lie to myself and be like, no, Clay, you are a great late morning, early afternoon trader. So you just keep trading the exact same way you do at the opening bell. No, that would be called self-deception. So that is, how did I even get on that time? Oh, a couple people asked, well, where'd this come from? That's where it came from. So yeah, if you do want to join my private community, I'll just throw a link. Do with it what you will. Sometimes this upsets people. Well, you got to sell something, Clay. Why you should do everything for free, even though you live stream for 4 hours every day. Why can't you? That should be free too. Well, there we go. Well, Matt, if people keep using code Clay, then the ads will stay off. Again. Versus the fact that you asked that is just so, I swear, I don't understand. Now, if you're new and you've never been here before, or you've been here for like a few days or a week, like I get it. But Versace, how are you asking that question? Surely, over the 6 months I've been live streaming, you've been here almost every day. How do you not know that? How? Please, out of curiosity, how can you not know that by this point? Again, I get it. If you're a brand new person, of course you wouldn't understand that. If you've only been here for a week or 2 weeks, yeah, I can very realistically see you not understanding. But Versace, please, out of pure curiosity, how? How can you not know that by now? How? Explain that to me. It's like being in a math class for 6 months and then being like, Wait, why do we have to learn addition? No, I am going to trip versus ace. Goodness, people. Oh, live streaming will drive you bonkers. Once again, if you're brand new, ask away, please. I love seeing brand new names, but there does reach a point where it's like, how can you have been here for 6 months, hours upon hours of listening to my beautiful voice, and then not understand that? First time here, what percentage is that profit from your position that you? I don't know. I have no idea, Jack. What percentage is that profit from your position? I don't even know if I understand what you're asking. What percentage is that profit from your position? I just mean, what was the ROI? Good. I'm glad you're new and learning. Kershad, this is what's going to drive me nuts. Kershid, I literally, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, look, 5 messages above you. It's right there. I even put chat room with the link. No, I don't know. ROIs with prop firm trading is bonkers. Do you know what a prop firm is, Jack, when I say prop firm? Yes, Kershid. We're not off to a good start, folks. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. I don't think I'm going to make it 4 hours, let alone 45 minutes at this rate. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. Maybe it's my sickness is cut into my lack of. I'm brand new. Is swing trading the safest? No, I don't think so. Because with swing trading, you're having to take overnight risk. I have no idea what that is. All right, Jack. Well, then, yeah. Yeah, because swing trading, you could have a gap. Now, to be fair to swing traders, you could get a gap in your favor, but could also just completely go against you and destroy you. But yeah, Jack, a prop firm, and what I mean by ROI. So what I'm doing here, and what many of the others do, and which again I argue from a day trading standpoint, is by far is Nathan here? I can't remember. I don't know if Nathan's here, but I know Nathan is trustworthy. I know he makes a lot of money because he has dropped some huge super chats in here. And usually broke people don't do that. But so to explain the ROI with Pam's Plant and prop firm. So Pam's Plant, real quick, is an argument, an explanation of why here I believe that the best way to day trade, the most efficient way to day trade, is with futures through a prop firm. And the cool thing here is part of the ROI standpoint. So let me just walk you through how the ROI can be so insane. So we had Nathan. I don't know if he's in here right now, but Nathan bought an account for $130. So he spent $130 on an account, went out, passed the test, got his pro account, and then eventually made $9,000. He then finally broke a rule, so he violated the rules. So they took away his pro account, but they took away his pro account after he had made $9,000 and paid himself $9,000. So let's look at the ROI on that real quick. So he had $9,000. Got to divide that by 130. Subtract 1 times 100. That was a 6,823% return on investment. Because again, the entire time, his only investment was the cost of the account, which was $130. He then took all that, passed the test, got into his pro account, got $9,000, what prop firm terminology is, payouts. He got $9,000 in payouts before violating one of the rules, so they took the account away from him. But again, not until after he had gotten himself payouts, $9,000 set to his bank account. And that is what, that's what I'm doing. That's what we preach around here. And the prop firm that I'm using is right here. So for example, I don't know, you could get yourself $100K in purchasing power for $198. That is your all-in risk. So if you go and violate a rule, so in this situation with that account, if you lose $3,000, then you don't lose $3,000 out of your wallet. Now, if you're using your own money, you're out $3,000. But in this situation, the consequence is not $3,000 out of your wallet. It is though that you lose the account. But do you lose $3,000? No, you only lose the cost of the account, which would be the $198. And the cool thing here is with Take Profit Traders, you can try again. You can get the account back. It's called a reset. So you can reset the account for $100. So you don't even have to pay that again. You could reset it for $100. But point here being is that it's $198, and that's why you want to pass within a month, because after you move from the test to the pro account, This goes away, and then literally your all-in cost, your all-in risk would be $198. Or you could do the 25K, and your all-in risk is $90. So that is where this part is coming from of Pam's plan, just the added risk control. Specifically, you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Because you have very little of your money at risk in the first place. So I hope that helps of why I don't really care about the ROI like you're asking from me, because it's irrelevant, because within the bigger picture of the prop firm, that's more so how the ROI should really be calculated. I only swing trade stocks that I'm okay being long on. Hey, Subtac. Well, that was very kind of you, and he just took over the #1 crown. Yeah, good morning to you. I swing trade options. Well, like I said, you're taking on a lot more risk in options than you are with Pam's plan. Because if something gaps against you in the swing trade world, you could be out thousands of dollars, even with a stop loss, right? Because if it gaps beyond your stop loss, then it is what it is. So from a risk management standpoint, day trading futures through a prop firm would be the best bet from a risk control standpoint. A simple research of what has worked for a long term and decades is swing trade. No, what has worked for a long time and decades is investing, not swing trading. I agree, Johnny. If you want to just see your money grow over the next decades and decades, yeah, go buy SPY, go buy VOO, invest. But no, there is no swing trading. Johnny, you have conflated two categories. What are the rules that everyone has so much trouble following in these props? Managing risk, like everybody does with their own accounts, managing risk. But that is a good thing. That is a good thing with prop firms. That's why I throw it right here with the added risk control. How so? Well, yeah, prop firms do have rules. Some people don't like the rules. I want to go do whatever I want. Okay, go do whatever you want with your own funds. Let me know how that works out. Eventually, it's not going to end well if you're out there with no rules, no strategy, nothing. But yeah, they do impose rules on you, and these rules are going to force you to think about risk control, to manage risk. And as any successful trader will tell you, at the core, trading has absolutely nothing to do with making money. It's all about risk management and managing risk. And don't take my word for it. Go find a trader you trust and be like, hey, this beautiful looking individual I saw on a live stream said that trading is actually all about risk management and risk control. And they'll be like, yeah, no, that's true. But that's why trading's hard, right? Because it's fun. Everybody wants to talk about making money. But who wants to talk about risk management? That's kind of boring. Hims is going nut. Alan, we're here to day trade. Hims is paint drying, Alan. Hims is paint drying compared to futures. Hims is going nuts. What? Huh? So that's a problem. People look at this and are like, man, this thing is going nuts. That's definitely not nuts. I know it appears that way, and then you start to consider how much money is required, how much capital is required, and they're like, oh, wow, that's actually a lot of my money at risk. And then you factor in, how you need a big movement like this to even make somewhat worthwhile money, and then you start to compare that to Pam's plant, and it just doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'll do that, because I can see how people looking at that move is like, see, Clay, that's why you trade those stocks. People are making all kinds of money. And I get it at the surface, but the math ain't mathin'. There's a way more efficient way to go about it. I mean, if anybody wants, is anybody trading Hims? I'd love to hear your, and if you're crushing it, let me know. How many shares did you have? So you mean just tighter stops, smaller positions? Maybe Wormer. How you haven't done the I recognize your name, Wormer. How are you still not doing props yet? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life, brother? Wormer, please don't turn into a Sergio. You're starting to skirt the Sergio line. Well, VWAP right here is definitely the very, very annoying level. For the bulls, that is. If you're short, you're absolutely loving VWAP. But what is interesting here is that each pullback now keeps getting higher and higher. So I may be interested in trying to take a break of the VWAP, but we'll see. All right, Alan. Cool. No problem there. I have nothing against stock. In the category of investing, I have nothing against stocks. Stocks, I mean, I invest in stocks. But as far as day trading, yeah, day trading stocks is garbage. Garbage. I try to sell to some people, but there are just Sergios in this world. Sergio is an individual where I spent so much time trying to explain through math. Not like, here's my opinion. No, here's the math. Here's the logic. Because remember, that's what math is. Math is just representing structure, and that's what logic is. So I spent so much time showing him what, and I mean this in a literal sense, made sense. Like, logically speaking, made sense through math with so much time. And then he just didn't listen. He just would not. He just, like, if there was a moment, or like, Clay, has there ever been a moment where you were thinking of maybe just hanging it up and not doing the live stream anymore? It was that Sergio moment. To just think all the time I put in, and then just to see all that time went to waste. It was very disheartening. So that's why I am now get a little grumpier at times. When I see someone that's a potential Sergio, I'm like, listen, if you're a Sergio, just let me know now. I don't want to go through that again. Because, Wormer, you're starting to behave like that. You were here last week grilling me with questions, weren't you? Or do I have you confused with somebody? Pretty sure that was you. You were asking all sorts of questions. Wormer, I think it was. I remember your name. It's a pretty unique, cool name. But I also, to be fair, maybe I am wrong. Oh, okay, I do. I publicly apologize then. That was not you. That was not you. Yeah, that's right. You were ES. Okay, I apologize then. I remember your name, but I remember your name for the wrong reasons. Yeah, no, you're right. I apologize, Wormer. That is right. You are the ES guy. Thank you for your graciousness. Hey, can we get a couple more likes? Let's get this up to at least 75. If you're enjoying, hit that like. Oh. All right, I was going to get short. I was going to put my stop basically right here, but now the problem with that is on the 5 minute. If I get short and put my stop above the high, well, now I'm right in front of that purple line. I don't want to stop from the short side right in front of the purple line. So I'd want to get above the purple line. Now if I'm above the purple line, I'm above these key areas here. So I got to get it all the way up here. And now all of a sudden my stop is way up there. So kind of a messy area right here. I mean, you could still take it if you're okay with just having a nonsensical stop loss location. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna use this just to illustrate Alan. And I'm not saying Alan should have done this, but Alan had 6K on the line. So let me just, for the archive here. I thank you, Alan. I appreciate that gesture of good intellectual honesty and good faith. So I'm not roasting Alan here, just to illustrate, because, but he had, right here, he had $6,000. So he needed $6,000. He had $6,000 on the line to make 150. So Alan, congrats, first off, that you have $6,000. That's great. I mean, congratulations. Whatever you're doing in life, you're doing a good job. But let's go look at something else he could have done. So he could have gone over here and gotten a 150K account. Now, the cool thing with prop firms is you could get multiple accounts and then copy trade. So he could have gotten actually 5 of these accounts, each account for $216. So think about it. But he had $6,000. So could he afford this? Let's see. Well, 216 times 5 accounts. Okay, $1,080. So he could have gotten $1,080. He could have done all this. Much less than his $6,000 that he used to make 150. So he could have had 5 accounts. He could have come in and then decided, let's do futures. So let's just do some basic understanding of futures. So this distance to this distance, hopefully you're looking at that and saying, okay, that's not like a massive move. If something were to go from here up to here, no, not exactly a massive move. but the difference in those numbers is 10. 10 what? Well, 10 points. So let's just say he's doing NQ. So 1 point on NQ is worth $20. So if this moved 10 points and we know that he was making $20 per point, well, that's $200 that is that distance is represented. $200 per contract for 10 points. Okay? But what did we just say? Well, let's say he had 5 accounts. So let's say he had 1 account. So on this account here, he made, like I said, 10 points, and we know that each point is worth 20, so times 20. So that means he made $200 on just 1 contract. Now, going back to here, he could have, if he wanted to, he could have gone up to 15 contracts. 15. We're doing all this math based on 1. So he had 1 contract. So on that 1 contract, he made $200. So think about it. Already, he has made more than what he made on AMD. Because on AMD, he needed $6,000 for $150. Here, though, by using $1,080, he's at $200. But this is deceitful. Why? Well, because this is only on 1 account. Remember, he bought 5 accounts. So if he copy traded it, that means he made that 1 trade and then copied it to his 4 other accounts. So technically now this trade happened 5 times. So we've got to multiply that by 5. So there we are. $1,000 has been made. But I mean, come on. Let's just say he had 3 contracts. So if per contract that movement of the 10 points was worth 200, well, if he had 3 contracts, again, he could have had up to 15. But if he had 3, we got to multiply that by 3. So that's 600. But again, that was now copy traded those other 5 accounts. Times 5, there's $3,000. So he needed $1,080, which was his risk, because that was all the money he had online. And yet he could have walked away with $3,000, if not even more. Again, and this was all just for a 10-point move. Had this been a bigger move than 10 points, that would have been even bigger. So that is why I state day trading stocks makes no mathematical sense. You're taking on way more risk for way less gains. Again, thank you, Alan. Hopefully this is not coming across as me, dumping all over Alan. I appreciate it. But $6,000, in his words, on the line to make $150. Whereas in this situation, you could have $1,080 on the line and made $3,000, if not even more. So hopefully that makes sense on why I sit here and say, yeah, if you are day trading in stocks, it's garbage. It doesn't make sense. Mathematically speaking, you are working very inefficiently. Keep in mind, the argument is not you can't make money day trading stocks. Well, yeah, you can make money day trading stocks. It's all about efficiency, though. And thanks to Alan giving us kind of a real-life trade, you just see how it just doesn't make any sense. Even if you pass the challenge mode, don't even. Well, I mean, EJ, all you're arguing for, EJ, is that trading is hard. Yeah, that's true. Trading is not hard because, in fact, EJ, you're literally making an argument for Pam's plan without even knowing it. Yes, trading is hard. Prop firms don't make trading hard. Trading makes trading hard because it's just hard. But a prop firm actually gives you a better chance to figure it out. Because instead of, let's say if you use $3,000, I mean, $3,000 in a single trade could be gone just like that, and your journey's over. $3,000 in a prop firm, you get a whole lot more chances. Hey, Steven, you need to relax. Just stick around. I'll show you how to lose money efficiently. But I can't trust you, Steven. You told me going short here would lose me money, and then it dropped all the way down there. I would have made money, man. Right, Jack. A prop firm is a leverage position, and you have, but I don't even care about the leverage. Leverage to me is very minimal. What I care about, because it's what matters as traders, is the risk management component. That's what I care most about. And with prop firms, again, I'm just hopping around choosing the different account sides. But if you're doing 75K account purchasing power, your risk is $147. That's it. If you blow up the account, you're out $147. Whereas if you're using your own funds, a blown up account means you're probably out thousands of dollars, depending on how much money you put in the account. So yeah, to be fair, yes, you do get leverage, but that is not part of my argument. Notice nowhere part of Pam's plan is arguing about the leverage. No, it's arguing about the risk management and how you can help protect your money. What is the purple line? The purple line is a 50-period simple moving average. Paul, hey, good to see you. You can lose 5 times also. Get him, Clay. Card City Collectibles. I don't know if I recognize that name, but hey, I'll do my best. Choppy day. I don't know about that. This morning was very nice. I mean, I'm not sure you could ask for a chart that looks more textbook than this. Big drop, came up, dead. Finally, the trend continued. Now, what would be very choppy, very difficult, is if this came down and then V-shaped and went straight back up. Those are the moves that are brutal. But there's absolutely nothing brutal about this movement right here. This is what you would expect. Move down, bounce back up, and notice right there to the 21 EMA, rolls back over. And check it out. It's almost like the trend continued. Came back down, bounced back up, and hey, rolled right back over. Again, the tricky days come if this thing does this, and then, like I said, V-shapes back up. But no, I mean, the opening session was just textbook. Textbook, great stuff. But yeah, maybe, and I don't know what you mean by day. Maybe even like right now it's getting choppy, fair enough. But like, as far as like an overall day, I would respectfully disagree with that assessment. I am tempted. Even if past the challenge, most don't even pass it, let alone get a payout. Well, yeah, EJ, thanks for letting us know that trading is hard. I love it. Like, people like EJ, they think they're like making an argument against the strategy, but they're in all actuality like proving the point. They're furthering, advancing my argument. We just made our 7th higher low. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. The reason I'm kind of talking about other stuff is I don't see anything to do. Buying VWAP here, the break of it seems very sketchy. Why? Well, let's look at the 5-minute. If you're buying the VWAP break, you are literally buying right into a downsloping 50-period moving average. That seems a little sketchy from the long side. Now, again, I'm not saying the trade can't work, but in my vision, I don't see an edge that a long has. In fact, I see an edge against you. Because in my mind, it's more likely than not that the price could break VWAP and then get smacked back down to the purple line. Again, does that mean it will happen? But that is why I'm not. And then to go short here, like I explained earlier, just as far as where to put the stop, it's just not clean right now. You have to disagree with me. Well, yeah, I do. I do have to disagree. I mean, are you? I'm open for it, but I mean, feel free. To me, this is not choppy. To me, this is textbook bounce, roll over, bounce, roll over. Like what exactly? I would not call that a choppy day. Now, if it was doing this the entire day, right here, and I'm like, no, that's not choppy. Okay, that'd be kind of a weird disagreement. But yeah, I'm not sure why you're shocked that I'm disagreeing with you. But no, I do not have to disagree with you. But I am going to disagree if this is what you are trying to say was choppy action. I think, wasn't that what you? Okay, you definitely asked me some questions about prop firms last week, Wormer. You had to at least ask me a couple. Like I said, I think you are crazy, Wormer, to think that you're trading futures with your own funds, especially in the Trump market, where Trump can tweet something at any moment and send something just booming. To be fair, it could go in your favor, but it could also go against you. I think anybody trading futures with their own money is cray cray. Yeah, now see, Kershid, I can agree with you. You said choppy. I agree. Right now, this is choppy. But you said choppy day. I don't think this is a choppy day. Where do I find the VWAP? You have to search for it. Indicators, and then you've got to go to like community indicators, and then type in VWAP. And then it's called, whoops. But then it's the indicator itself is called CE Tools, CE VWAP. So just a waiting game right now. Like I said, the 5-minute has so much congestion right here. I mean, it's just, you have the VWAP, you have the purple line. It's just, it's kind of rough right now. But even really on the 2-minute, even if it breaks VWAP, I suppose you could be, yes, I have a cold. I'm also going through puberty, so if the mic picked up my voice cracking, if somebody could answer me very quickly on why I'm getting hair under my armpits, I would appreciate it. But even if you took the VWAP right there, I mean, I could see a scalp up to that. That orange line represents the previous session close. So you pay a monthly fee and you are able to buy, sell there. Yeah, essentially, Froggy, but the key dynamic here is that after you pass the test, so after you make this jump from the test account into the pro account, then with Take Profit Trader, the monthly fee goes away. So what's kind of cool with that is you still do get live data. So you're getting live market data and no extra charge. So yeah, and that's why I always tell people you have one, or you can take as long as you want to pass the test, but I always encourage people to get it passed within a month so that you only make that payment once. And then that is literally your all-in payment. I'm trading futures with stop losses in isolated positions, but not a whole lot. I'm just trying to learn it with real money. All right, Jack. If you want to work harder, not smarter. I mean, I get what you're saying, Jack, but you have a built-in assumption that you're always gonna behave disciplined, that you're never gonna go on tilt, that you're never gonna have a bad day. Traders have bad days. Traders make mistakes. Traders go on tilt. Traders get annoyed. Traders don't sleep well the night before, and then they kind of lose their mental. And if those bad days happen, and it's your real funds, that could be a lot of real funds gone. If those bad days happen in a prop firm, it's just your prop firm account is gone, which means you're out a couple $100s. So I do see what you're saying. Well, I use stop losses. I'm disciplined. Good. But traders have bad days from time to time. And what is the cost of that bad day going to be? Is it going to be thousands of dollars of your own money? Or do you just lose the prop account and then you just buy another one and you're out a couple $100? So that's always my pushback is, well, what's the difference? I'm just gonna use stop loss with my own real money. I have rules. Yeah, but what? Are you telling me you always follow your rules perfectly? I've never met a trader that is flawless in their risk management, that is flawless in their discipline, that never breaks rules. Because that's why trading's hard. You could follow your rules 90% of the time, 95% of the time, but the 5% you don't is where your account just gets wrecked. Can you make a video on how you're using stop loss? I don't know really what you mean by that. I'm using my stop loss to manage risk. I already did, Sohab. I already talked about the main one earlier. You need to just join the chat room, Sohab. I don't know why you're so hesitant. You've asked me about my mentorship many times. Yeah, you're not willing to make the commitment, Sohab. What's the deal with that, brother? Huh? Yeah, I mean, Jackie, I think you should at least give it a try. That is nice so that you can program your rules. That's good, but I think it's worth at least a try. So if you have a bad day, the platform company loses the money, you just... Yeah, exactly, Zulu Froggy. How to set a stop loss on Tradovate? Right here. So if I'm buying here, buy, I can click again, see where it says sell 5, stop, boom. Very, very easy to set a stop. Hey, we are 9 likes away from the 100 likes. So if you're enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, let's try to push this up to 100 likes within the first hour, which we have, I guess, 30 seconds. 30 seconds to get 9 more likes. I don't know. I have not used a trailing stop on Tradovate, JJ, so I am of no assistance there. Sorry. Oh, this is getting tempting. because we're actually now pushing through on the 5 minute. This may be the time where I finally give it a try. I mean, I got plenty of wiggle room on the day, so I'm going for it. I'm in. Long, blue line. There. Oh, come on. Spike back up there. I'm a little worried. Is this about to... All right, let's just do this. This is either going to get moving or I want to be stopped out. I will lose money on these final 2 contracts, but let's get it down below VWAP. There we go. So I think it would still be a green trade, but I want to see if this is actually a snap of something bigger, or is this just going to be one of these fake breakout moves? So again, I still could lose money on these final 2 contracts. Let's do this just in case it snaps back up. Sell one out there. Again, we'll be a green trade no matter what, but it could be a very modest one because I would still be losing money on these final 2 contracts, but I made money on my other 3. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is why I wanted to lock in profits where I did, just in case this sort of thing happened. But I still do have 2, just in case I'm wrong and just in case this thing all of a sudden decides to get strong again. Yeah, that is right, Keith. Yep. But the big difference there is that you get paid. Hey, hinges on it. All right, there we go. And I am long. Man, multiple time frame analysis. It makes sense why it spiked where it did. Perfect sense when you look at the 5 minute. Come on. Let's find some momentum now. Maybe start a little bit of a grind. This red line here is my stop. I am long. And this is my next target up there. In case it wants to give me some sort of spike. But yeah, we are now officially through that. So now the question is just, are we going to get more continuation? So can we break? That question has been answered. Yes, we can break. Now we're on the next question. Can we get continuation? Can we get more momentum? So I'm going to give this one a chance to give us some more continuation, which is why I'm trying to give my stop plenty of wiggle room. I do have another target up here. Oh, do you see how it just still did not fail me, but come on. Come on, push up some more. The problem is on the 5 minute, same thing. I mean, we have these areas here that could very realistically be resistance, which is why I'm trying to take one more out up at that level, because I could see that being resistance and rejecting the price back down, but at least I would have another profit taken up there. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. Now we're last one run for me. So I'll have my stop in green territory. So now I'm in the sweet spot of trading. I am stressed out. My only stress is how much money am I going to make, because I have no idea how high up this is going to go. And that's a great spot to be in as a trader. Where, again, you're not stressed if you make money. You're stressed out just because you don't know how much money you're going to make. Because, again, blue line was my entry. My stop is above my blue line. Therefore, even if I get stopped out, I'm making money on this final contract. But I have no idea. Is this thing about to grind higher, higher, higher? Maybe. And if so, I don't know how much money I'm going to make now. What a great spot to be in, where your only worry is how much money am I going to make? All right, let's move this up a little bit more now. So again, I'm just going to ease up my stop loss as we go. So I am stressed out. Stressed out with how much money am I going to make, brother? All right, let's move it up some more. As it goes, I'm just moving my stop loss up. What a great feeling to be in. Congrats to anybody that took that break. Needed a little patience. I'm going to move up my stop some more. Start to get more and more aggressive with it here. There we go, brother. There we go, brother. Just keep pushing. Hey, brother. I'll explain that in a minute, Zulu Froggy, but right now I'm too stressed. I'm stressed out, and I don't know how much money I'm making on this thing. There we go, brother. Keep pushing. I can see it getting rejected, that pink line, so I am still in... Stopped out. There we go. Well, there we go, folks. So I don't know if you took that for whatever reason on the long side. Congratulations. No, I was not trying to lose. I need to lose on another account. On a different account, I need to lose. Zulu Froggy asked a very good question. He's noticing, wait a second, Clay. This seems a little sketchy, this prop firm stuff. So how can they only require $102 from you and then they're going to let you lose $2,000? Because the test phase is all happening in a simulator. There's no actual money being lost. Same is true here. I've had some people get upset. Well, what a scam. You're going to make them $3,000 and then all you get is a pro account? That's all you get out of it is a pro account? No, because it's simulator. There's not actually $3,000 being made. So that is how they stay in business, because they're not actually letting you lose $2,000 of their own money, which is a good observation. Very astute, business-like observation. But that is how it works, because it's all happening in a simulator. Holy... What is this? Well, man, nothing like this movement here making your trade look like a... Oh, man. Well, what time was it? Okay, who said what? Something happened. That's like a tweet right there. That's what I mean. If that was the tweet, I don't know what it was, but if you're trading futures with your own money, that's what I mean by you are cray-cray. But I'd have a stop. Yeah, these sorts of movements here, they don't care about stops. You're going to have a ton of slippage. Made 1K. Nice, Jim. Just hit 100% on fib retracement. Nice gain. Good job, Keith. Congrats. Missed my target by 1 point. Oh, man. Yeah, I hear you, Jack. It's just funny though, like, cause that was a good trade at that time of the day. Here up to there, fantastic trade. But then all of a sudden, if only I knew that something was. Did Trump tweet something? I'm guessing another trade deal was announced. That's my guess. I have no. That's a pure guess, but my guess was another trade deal announced with somebody else, because it's all yesterday. What, Indonesia trade deal and Japan trade deal. EU and US close to 50% trade deal. Gotcha. With Europe then? EU close to 50%. I love how it's never like, it's always just close. It's always rumors. Risky trade here. Scalp on that one. Good morning, Clay. Oh no, wrecked yesterday. I wish I'd listened to your podcast sooner than and took a walk after. But oh yeah. Well, it happens. I appreciate your transparency. I appreciate you putting that in here so others can learn from it. But yeah, walks can be very profitable. Pure gambling here. I don't know. Maybe The trade I took wasn't gambling. I had good reason to think that I was going to come down. If you don't see that reason, well then, I don't know. Maybe you should brush up on your charts a little bit. All right, take care, Jack. Make sure when you sign up for Take Profit Trader, use code Clay. No tariffs on aircraft, spirits, and medical devices. Gotcha. All right. Oh my goodness. This is why I just laugh when people say charts are worthless. Our chart's perfect. They're not perfect. Nothing is perfect. But what a coincidence where that happened to bounce on the crazy pullback. Right off of, the good old-fashioned, the classic 200 period simple moving average. Again, our charts, perfect? No, there's nothing perfect. But our charts, I think, worth using, worth considering. Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, yes, every trade is crossing the street is a gamble. Laying in bed all day is a gamble. Your blood might pool up and then you have a stroke or something. Have you changed how you trade with all this No. Nope. Charts are charts. But what about the spikes? The random, like what we talked about right here. Literally, I mentioned earlier, I think you're crazy to be trading futures with your own money. Now, this wasn't necessarily a Trump tweet per se, but there's all this drama. There's always possibility of things happen that can create that. And if you were short, I get it. Well, that's what stop loss are for. Yes, but right there, even a hesitation could be crushed. So the market craziness doesn't scare me. I mean, yes, you want to be aware of it, but I'm not scared like I would be if I was using strictly my own funds. If I was not in a prop firm, it'd be scarier for me because I'm like, I hope we don't get some sort of crazy spike or something because Trump tweets or there's some sort of breaking news. Thinking about maybe, back down to the 200 period. Well, this is definitely some volatile action. If you like volatile action, look no further. Past your 50K. Congratulations, Bill. I mean, to call trading gambling, I mean, can it be approached in a degenerate gambling way? It can. But trading is not gambling like slot machines is gambling. Straight up gambling. Because there's nothing you can do to gain an edge. I have never heard of a professional slot machine player. And this is the reason why I would never say poker is gambling. Because I have heard of professional poker players, which tells me there's something within the skill set that allows you to gain an edge. But as far as I'm aware, in slot machines, there is no way to gain an edge. I've never heard of a professional slot machine player. Is it not a good time to go short? It could be, Omar. I don't know. What's your strategy? Does your strategy say it's a good time to go short? None. Pure, yeah. Same with the roulette wheel. I've never heard of a professional roulette wheel player. I've never heard of a professional craps player. Now, blackjack is why they banned card counting, right? Because let's just assume that card counting wasn't banned. I think, and I don't know these games, so I might be wrong. But I think it would be possible to be a professional blackjack player. Is that true? Is my understanding right? That assuming card counting was not banned, it would be possible to become a professional blackjack player. Is that an accurate assumption? Do I understand the game right? Because I'm just assuming the reason why they ban card counting is because card counting gives you an advantage, gives you an edge. And that's what I mean. If you have an edge, then something no longer becomes a total random gamble. Yes, there are pro blackjack. Okay, there we go. CMB announced a 50% tariff deal. All right. Baccarat. I have no idea what Baccarat is. I've never heard of that one. Maybe I've seen it in like a movie or something and I just didn't know what I was looking at. Again, I got a little greedy. Look at that. Pink line, I was talking about it earlier. If you're on the live stream, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. 200 period moving average came down. Slight little breakdown through it and then whoop, right back up. Me though, I was eyeballing the pink line here on the 2 minute, that 200 period, but it never went down there. Chinese blackjack. Okay, I did not know there was such a thing. Anybody make money from this move? I know Jim said he made 1,000. Great job. I might try something. This is a pretty quick mover, so let's do this. I want to see a breakout or go. Oh yeah, that's still a 12 point. Yeah, all right, this is movement. So if I get filled with the green line, there we go, red line, stop is in. I'm not going to give this thing a long leash. I want to see this thing start to get moving. So throw out a couple profit targets. Again, blue line, I'm long. Looking for basically a curl up like right now. So I'm not looking, if this thing comes all the way down there and bounces, well then so be it. But like I said, I'm in my mind, I think there's a good chance that this thing wants to go right now. But could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'll take my loss and move on. See if it wants to make another push up. Not feeling too hopeful about it now though, especially now that it's gotten even closer to my stop. Looking like it's probably going to need to do some more consolidating here, which will probably take me out, but that's right. My premise was that it needs a kind of a curl up now where I need to get out. And we are beyond the curl up part, but still trying to give it enough little space to maybe do it, but yeah. Probably going to stop out here, I would assume. I'm fully planning against, there are. Stopped out on that one. So that one didn't work. John Paul was a pro roulette player. He was banned from 3. I mean, I guess I don't know what, isn't roulette where you spin the ball on the wheel? Kind of want to try it again. Long right around here. How can you be a pro at a ball just spinning around on a wheel? I don't understand that. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't understand how you can gain an edge when it's just a ball spinning around on a wheel. Oh, it is. There is math in it. Okay, yeah, I'm not a gambler, so I don't know how any of those games work. Like I said, my knowledge of that is just seeing it on a Hollywood movie, you know, where it spins around. So to my untrained eye, it seems like that's just wherever the ball lands. But yes, that is also an admittedly ignorant argument. Back up it goes. Look at this 5 minute. How does this I mean, look at these buyers. Every time it comes down, the buyers push it back up. I mean, this thing wants to bounce, doesn't it? Like, guarantees happen? Right? Isn't that how trading works? Guarantees exist? Something like that? I don't know. I want to try it again, but I mean, I got plenty of wiggle room on the day. Let's see if I can get a little bit of a tighter stop. Because right now my stop has basically got to be... Let's see it come down a little bit and then come right back up. But maybe I'm getting too high maintenance here. Is this where it's going to finally go? Uh-oh. Are you trading gold and silver, Cal? Why? Why? You better not tell me you're trading gold and silver. Why? Why are people trading things that don't move nearly as smoothly as the NQ or the ES? Why? Why? Somebody please remind me I need to lose money on one of my other accounts. I made too much. I made too much. I don't want to forget that. Well, again, 5 minutes still looks amazing. If this comes down and then comes back up again, I think I have to take the long then. I have to. Still trying to figure out where... All right, Rick. Well, we have some people up above you that are claiming that professionals exist, Rick. So I will let you hatch it out with them. Because a couple people up above seem to have claimed that roulette is a game where you could become a professional roulette player. But so for those of you that are making that claim, it looks like Rick77 is respectfully disagreeing. Notice the lows keep getting higher and higher and higher. So are we going to get something like this? That's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on here. Well, at this point, looking like the Bears may be making a push. Right off of the, the double whammy. Uh-oh. Well, it never did curl back up. Man, just goes to show, no guarantees in trading. I stand by it. That is a beautiful looking long-sided setup. 3 hammers in a row at the 200 period. But sometimes these moves happen. That's why you got to use stops. Got to manage that risk. Unbelievable. Man. If you were long and you took a loss on that, please don't think like, okay, what did I do wrong? I need to go find another rule. You didn't do anything wrong. That was a great setup. It just, setups sometimes don't work. So please, if you're along, I would have it, I find it hard to believe that you need to go back and nitpick in hindsight and find something you did wrong. Sometimes you don't do anything wrong. Sometimes you take a good setup and the setup just doesn't work out. Very few gamblers win. That's how they keep the... Oh, yeah, right. Yep. Agreed. And that's probably also how they can give away the alcohol and all that stuff for free. Huge rejection at 8:55, showing sellers on 5 minute. Yeah, trade deal, Nathan. I guess EU and the United States going to be like 15% or something. Although I did hear 2 conflicting things. Some people said that was the rumor. Other people said it was announced. So do we know? Is this still a rumor about the trade deal or has it been announced? I don't know, Cal. I don't know. Got me worried over there. Maybe interested in a long down here, but it is now starting to transform into more of a potential. Am I catching a falling knife here? Kinda. You know, Cal, as long as you're using code Clay, do whatever you want. Do whatever you. In fact, I should actually root for people to trade things that are really bad. That way they blow up their accounts, and then they have to use code Clay quicker. That's probably what. Maybe that's the business model. Yeah, go trade very choppy things like gold and silver and Bitcoin. Go trade some orange juice. Go trade some pork bellies. Go trade some coffee beans. Go for it. Don't trade smooth moving things like NQ or ES. No. Don't do that. Oh boy. Just noticed I have 53 up there. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and okay. What is the MNQ? The micros of the NQ. Futures trading. Okay, so just to set up context here, I am doing futures through a prop firm. The prop firm I'm using is, and this could be applied to other prop firms too, but I need to show you, explain kind of why I have to lose money and then how you can lose money relatively quickly. But what is going on here is I'm using Take Profit Trader as my prop firm, and I have a 50K account. Now, this is only during the test phase, but during the test phase, you need to make 3,000, but you're not allowed to lose 2,000. But there's something called the 50% rule. And the 50% rule means that whatever your target is, you're only allowed to make 50% of that in a single day. So in other words, in a single day, again, only during the test phase. Once you move to the pro account, you can make as much money as you want every day. But only during the test phase, I can only make $1,500, right? Because that would be 50% of the 3K. So that is what's called the 50% consistency rule. During the test phase, only 50%. Why do they do that? Well, because they want you to prove yourself a little bit. And if you just YOLO, load up, get lucky, and then pass the test because you make 3,000 in one trade, I'm not sure that actually proves anything. So that is the 50% rule. That is why right now I am needing to lose money, because I am trying to get this test account passed. Well, actually, I passed the test account today, so I fired another one up. That's just part of my prop firm model. I always want to be working on passing while I have pro accounts too. And I made this alert in the private community this morning. Right here you can see, talked about at 9:43, mapped out this trend line right here. Hey, is that going to serve as some sort of flush? You know, like think of a toilet, flush down. And I'm supposed to pat myself on the back a little bit. When that happened right here, you can see it broke, and boy, it flushed very quickly. So much so that it put me at $1,860, which again is up over the $1,500. So I need to now lose some money. So I need to bring this number here down to 1,500, ideally 1,500 on the dot. Now, how do you lose? Because sometimes within the prop firm world, you may find yourself in this situation where you've got to lose some money. And I did it at one point where I made things way too complicated. But really what I'm going to do right now is just let commissions eat away at things. So I'm going to go to NQ. And I'm going to go with 3. And all I'm going to do is buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as quick as I can. And I'm just going to let the commissions do the heavy lifting, okay? Because I've got to get this down to 1,500. So it's always a little scary, but just you got to just press quickly. So, all right. Here we go. Sell, buy. Okay, see, I worked my way down a little bit. Now I only need to lose $250. Let's move this up a little bit. 5. Okay, here we go. Sell, buy. Okay, good. Let's do it again. Sell, buy. Okay, I made money on that when I went back up. Buy, sell. Oh, good. Oh, I got kind of roasted there. Good. All right, now I'm only 160 away. All right, now I need to tone this down. I don't want to be doing 5 NQs anymore. Let's just go to 1. Buy, sell. Buy, sell. All right, there we go. Buy, sell. 16. Come on, dirty dog. Let's try 2. Buy, sell. Doggone it. Let's try again. Buy, sell. 16.10. All right, I'm $110 away now. Let's now hop to MNQ. Oh, this is what's driving me nuts about Wormer. Just scroll back 5 minutes. Oh my goodness. I can see why live streamers just lose their minds. I literally just spent 5 minutes explaining, and then you show what's going on here. If you disappear, okay, here's a new suggestion for live streamers. If you disappear, maybe start the live stream on delay by a couple minutes. No, you were totally asking, because I understand what I'm doing seems crazy. But I just told you why I'm doing what I'm doing and how what I'm doing. Like, there's just a lot of irony. Like, I literally just got done explaining. And then what am I coming back here to? Okay, so now we're on MNQ. So now, because again, I'm getting close to the 1500, right? So I don't want to be doing NQs anymore because I don't want to actually, shoot too far down below. Because in my ideal world, I land that right at 1500. So now we're going to do MNQs here. So sell, buy. Sell, buy. There we go. I'm at 1600. All right, now I have to lose 100. Buy, sell. Okay, now I got to lose 90. Sell, buy. Okay. Sell, buy. 60 is good. Sell, buy. 60, okay. Oh my. Why is this not budging? Am I really just not doing anything? Buy, sell. There we go. Now I got to lose $57.50. Okay, Wormer he's going to put in timeout. He can go live stream for a little while. Have people do what he just did to him, and then see if he remains calm at all times. Have it happen to him hundreds of times every week. We'll see if he's always flawless in remaining calm. Go think about it, Wormer. Some people don't come back after the timeout, so be it. So Wormer is in 30-minute timeout. All right, we have $57 to lose. Let's try sell, buy. 55, sell, buy. Oh, I made money on that one. Sell, buy. I made money again. Sell, buy. Buy, sell. Okay, $55. Buy, sell. Okay, $45 I got to lose. Buy, sell. $30 I got to lose. Buy, sell. $17. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go to 1. I'm going to 1 MNQ. $12 I got to lose. $11. $10. $9.50. $5.50. $3. $1. Can I lose $1? It's the eye of the tiger. You ready to dance? Oh, missed it by 50 cents, but that's fine. All right, so now I am down below the 50% mark on that. That's actually, that took a little longer than what I thought. I guess I could have maybe stayed with NQs for a little while longer, but all right. Frosty, you're on a delay, my friend. I think you're on like about a 45-second delay. All right, so we got to get off of this count. Because I can't trade it anymore because I've maxed it out. This account is passed. So you can see today I went over that. And then this is my pro account. No trades on it, but I just took a payout. So that's why it's right at 52 even. Because I took a payout and I didn't leave any in for a buffer. So maybe I should be trying to grow the buffer, but I just like to pay myself. So that's why that one's back down to 52. So that is the pro account. That is my golden goose there. These other ones, so like I said, this one is passed. So this will be put into the stable, and I can activate it as a pro account. So, all right, let's go back to... There we go. All right. So money has been lost. Now we're back to trying to make money. So that is how you lose money, I think, the most effective way. Start, depending on how far you're away, start with NQs, and then lower down your size of NQs, then eventually go to MNQs, and then eventually lower down. So give me a 5 in the chat. Does that make sense how to do that? Because way too many people are like, okay, now you got it. Like they make losing money a little more difficult than what it actually needs to be. Give me a 5. Did all that make sense on why I was doing what I was, how I was doing it, all that? Okay, good. To 3 of you it did. 4 of you it did. All right, excellent. All right, here we go. Let's get back into the trading. Again, the only reason why I was doing that is because of the 50% consistency rule. And again, with Take Profit Trader, that's only during the test phase. Once you get into your pro accounts, you can make as much money as you want every single day. All right, let's see what we can... Oh, this cold. I don't know. Look at all this areas to put. I mean, could it really fight through all these resistance levels now from the short side? Maybe. Maybe I'll build a position and just put my line in the sand right there. I got plenty of wiggle room. Oh, I couldn't even get filled there. All right, never mind on that one. Yeah, we can fight through anything we put our mind to, Clay. There you go, Nas. There you go. Agreed. So I guess now that it's just on, sometimes I'm slow. So the whole excitement here has been burnout because the excitement started basically right there. So we returned to pre-excitement levels at that point. So now that I think about it, not only did we return to the announcement deals, we're now giving back all those gains. We're at Asian lows. Got it. Roger that. It's been a while. If you're enjoying, hit that like button. We got to get this up to 150 likes. We are real far behind. So if you're not familiar, the like button is not a vanity metric. I use it as data. And I use it if people are enjoying, if people are entertained, if people are, finding anything valuable, then I'll keep the live stream going. I don't mind going 4 hours and beyond, but I do want to make sure people are interested and enjoying. So the way you can communicate that is by hitting that like button. And we have certain metrics, like for example, by we should be up to 200 likes now sooner than later. So the fact we're not even up to 150 yet, a little bit behind pace. We can still catch up, and that's fine. If you're not enjoying, then clearly I'm not bringing my A game. It's my fault. And it'll hit the stop loss on the live stream, and I'll come back tomorrow and try better. But if you are enjoying, make sure you do hit that like button. And I am going to try a potential short here if it wants to bounce back up more. Look at all this congestion. All right, let's get my feet wet here. I will build some more if it wants to keep bouncing. Good. I'm short. Blue line is my average price. Thank you, Matt, for helping out Kyle. Very, very helpful. I'm short, so trying to see if the price wants to come back down. So if you're a beginner, just getting started, going short, shorting means you want to see prices go down. Believe it or not, you can make money when prices go down. Johnny, just scroll back in the live stream. I spent a good 5 minutes explaining everything, Johnny. Well, you're the guy that also confused categories. You put like swing trading in combination with investing. You got a lot to learn, Johnny. A lot to learn. Johnny boy. Okay, took one out. We'll let this last one work for me. I wanted way more than two. I thought this would come up a little bit more and allow me to build size, but it didn't. So kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. So this will be a winning trade. Just don't know how big of a winning trade because I don't know how far down this thing wants to go. Hammer reversals. Okay, well, I'm making money right now on the short side from the hammer. Hey, Frank, have a good one. And I am short. I could lose a small amount on this contract here, but that's okay. I'll still be green overall. But I want to give this thing a chance. Let's see if this thing does want to continue on down. So just trying to give it a chance. There we go, my friend. Keep on coming down. There we go. I'm going to move my stop loss now down into green territory. So notice how the green line is below the balloon. Below the balloon. Below the blue. That means I am now making money even on this contract here. So this is a great spot to be in. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make. That is a sweet spot of trading. Not stressed out if I'm going to make money, but how much money am I going to make? And how can I not know that? Because I don't know how far down this thing may just drop. So therefore, I don't know how much money I'm about to make. But I do know I will make money because my stop is in front of my entry point. So yes, I am in the sweet spot of trading. If you've never been here as a trader, you got to get here as a trader. There's no better feeling than being stressed out about how much money am I going to make. Not if, but how much. I've answered that question. Right now, I keep having to answer the same things over and over. So I got to just chill out for my own mental sanity's sake. Matt, I say this with all due respect. I've answered that question. I've explained my strategy in regards to that so many times. And I'm sure I'll do it again, but now's not the time. I don't have the brain power. This has been a very weird live stream where like the same questions keep getting asked, or I explain something and then people show up and ask right away about the very same things. It's almost like some of you are trolling. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying it is, but this is the golden goose break right here. 202. You know, I'm going to move it back up here. Let's just let this thing work. Who cares? If I get stopped out there, but I'm going to give this thing plenty of room, plenty of opportunity to maybe make the flush. I'd hate to get stopped out here and then have it make this flush. But yeah, right here around, let's just call it the 200. Yeah, 23,200. If it breaks through there, I could see us getting more downside pressure. Because NAS, that's a good idea, but I can tell you from the customer service world that I've developed over 10 years at claytrader.com, you can try to help everybody out. Some people, it's still, that would not work is what I'm saying. They would still just ask. And even if you told them, they wouldn't watch, they'd get upset. Well, just tell me right now. Like, what's your problem? Why can't you tell me right now? Calm down, just tell me right now. It's a good suggestion, valid, but I'm telling you right now, what I've learned about the years in the customer service world through claytrader.com, some people are they're just not the most reasonable people. Again, trying to give this thing plenty of opportunity to roll over. How many accounts will you acquire for your strategy? And then the more accounts, the better. The more accounts I can have in my stable, the more resources I can have in my stable, the better. With Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 pro accounts, so 5 resources, but then you can keep passing tests in the background. And the cool thing here is that you don't have to pay per month for those accounts. They can just sit there. So you can pass the account, and then you can activate whenever you want. But you don't have to pay for that account just sitting there. So that's what, now this only means something more so to the kind of the veterans of the prop firm space. But yeah, a lot of prop firms don't allow you to do that. They'll charge you money for any accounts per month you have just sitting there. Not so with Take Profit Trader. So again, my model is I like to pass tests, get pros, but then keep passing tests in the background. That way, if I ever blow a pro account, I can just quickly plug back in a new account that's already been passed. Whereas if you just have one account and you blow it, it's kind of annoying because now you got to go back through the minimum 5-day test. But if you're always cycling through and in the background passing other accounts, well then if you do blow a pro account, you can just keep on moving with things. Kevin, I like the horses. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So I'm just trying to always keep racehorses ready in the stable. But part of it is you got to convert the horse to a racehorse. In my analogy, how do you convert a horse to a racehorse? You got to get past the test phase. And after that happens, it's now a racehorse. But you can just keep it in the stable. You don't have to activate it right away. Well, not feeling the greatest about it, but and stopped out. All right. Well, so yes, in hindsight, I should have just taken it off down here, but that's totally hindsight. Because had I taken it off right there and then it would have flushed, myself and others would have said, Clay, why didn't you let that work for you? Why didn't you give it a chance to make you more money? So that is hindsight. Do you have to sign the docs right away, or do you have to? No, you don't have to sign the docs right away. Nope. Well, I don't know. I can't remember. The first one you pass, maybe you do. I don't know. But definitely, like once you start passing more, there's nothing that you have to sign anymore because you've already signed them once. So, Matt, that's a great question. I cannot remember. I passed my first count a long, long time ago, so I don't remember that detail of if you have to sign the stuff like right away. Well, yeah, it's not a question of that you have to sign. What he's asking is, do you have to sign right away? So he's asking from a time component. Hey, thanks, Steve. That is very kind of you. See, that it's just amazing. The world is a crazy place. One person's telling me I'm being very rude. Somebody else is giving me a $10 super chat because maybe they just understand. Like, yeah, I'll cut the guy some slack. He's here for 4 hours every day. So yeah, maybe he's not flawless in the patience department, but you know what? I'll cut him some slack. So one person, you're very rude. Literally 1, 2, 3 more messages down, a $10 super chat. The world is a crazy place. Amazing how one person can see something and say very rude. The other person can be like, here's $10. Amazing. The world, it's hard to get bored in this world if you surround yourself with a variety of people, which is what this live stream is. Goodness. Okay. I'm not perfect at it, but read what he asked closely. He asked, do I have to sign right away? Basically right now. Like he's asking from a time component, or can I wait for a while? So he understands he does need to sign. He's asking, do I need to sign right away? Johnny G, scroll back in the live stream about probably 10, 15 minutes. And I had the same problem, and I just walked you through how to lose money. Oh, no, I'm that's true. I am blunt, but at the same time, I admit, yeah. Do I get a little irritated, frustrated from now and then from answering the same question, especially when I just answered? Yeah. Could I react better? Of course, I could. But I'm also a human being that's also trying to trade, which is actually really hard. So I'm trying to do something that's really hard and then still be polite to people that, but I do appreciate people's understanding, and be like, I'll cut them some slack. Well, Brian, I don't pay my mods, so I think that would be, I don't know what the right word would be, sketchy on my part to be like, hey, mods, handle this. I mean, I know I don't pay you anything. I know you're doing it just out of the kindness of your heart, but hey, start doing this. Well, Clay, then start paying your mods. I mean, maybe, but I don't know if I can afford to have a payroll of mods for, I mean, let's be honest, we're at 180 viewers right now. This isn't exactly like an epically large live stream. I'm enjoying the challenge of trying to get it to grow. But yeah, man's got 6 kids. What app is that? First time today. The app I'm using is twofold actually. So the first layer, the first fold is I am trading futures through a prop firm. So in order to get to my setup, my platform, exactly, step one would be going to the link that you see at the top of the screen. That's Take Profit Trader. You would select what purchasing power account you want. After you select that, they're going to ask you what platform do you want. At that point, what I'm using, what you would see is Tradeovate. Now the key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and set up a new account. They will do all that for you. The prop firm does that for you. They'll email you your login information, and then you log into Tradeovate at that point. So you actually get to skip the step. So there's no application process, nothing like that. But that is what I'm using, twofold. Fold number one, a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. Second fold, the actual platform, Tradeovate. So I'm using Tradeovate through Take Profit Trader. I feel I'm paid in, yeah, you're paid in entertainment and beauty. I mean, let's be serious. You guys get to stare at my beautiful face for as long as you want. I mean, that's got to be worth something. The 5 minute, my settings, right there. Close. So close, there's all the settings that I have right there. Hopefully that helps. That is on the 5 minute. Was it a T? No, don't tell me it was a TMA. I thought I fixed all that. Oh my goodness. How did that end up at a TMA again? What is going on? Yeah, you're right. Is it? No, that's SMA. I had this like a month ago. Where a couple of my moving averages were all of a sudden TMAs. Well, good eye, good eye. Some of you longer time viewers will probably remember the last time that happened. I want SMA. I want 50 SMA. Close. So that is why it was different. There's my voice again. Going through puberty. That's why it was different. Who was that? So thank you. I apologize. How does that happen? I mean, I'm not blaming the platform. Clearly, I did something that... Oh, brother. Now I'm looking at my other time frames, too. They're all TMA for the 50. All right, I'll worry about that later. Hey, but what I've learned in life is don't let the negative get to make fun with and lets it roll off your back. Yeah, you're right, Jay. But I will say this, easier said than done. Easier said than done. But you are right. I do agree with you. You are right. But it's sort of like telling somebody in trading, hey, be disciplined. Trading's easy. Just be disciplined. Oh, okay. It was, but yeah. Maybe I should use a TMA. Yeah, sorry about that. Again, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know how that happened again. I'm going to have to try to be a little bit more just double check it every now and then. Well, we are in a bear pennant right now. There is the bear pennant pattern. So now it's really just a question of, are enough bears going to show up to get the move to the downside? That's what we're waiting to see. Or at least that's what I'm looking for. I'm not really interested in trying to go long right now. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. You know, I could do that, though. I could get a nice little stop. Let's see, what would that be? 17 up to, 7-point stop. Well, I'll give that a whirl. See if it wants to roll back down off of this area here. All right, never mind. Got to cancel that out. It went up too high, so my risk profile changed too much. So, all right. Was thinking of a short there, but never got confirmation, never came back down to fill me. And even if it were to come back down to my original entry point, my risk profile would be too big now. So that one doesn't make any sense. Try hard moving average. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know what TMAs even stand for. Well, the bear pennant is no longer at this point. Where do people stand right now? Give me a 1 if you're... So the number... I can't remember if we started yesterday or back on Tuesday. No, I'm back on Monday. But 1 is long, 2 is short, 3 is SOH, sitting on hands. So where's everybody at right now? 1 for long, 2 for short, or 3 SOH, meaning you're sitting on hands doing nothing. That spike was when the news came out about the tariffs. Okay, we got some people here long. All right. Stoppy stop. That's good. Make sure you use the stoppy stop with your scalpy scalp. I like that, Brian. That's good. I might have to plagiarize that from time to time. Frank, my brother, I'm trying to help you out. Unless you're trying to give your fingers a workout. The number 2 communicates short. But I mean, if you want to type out short, like I said, maybe you're working on your typing. Totally cool. A lot of longs, though. Okay. Well, put that. I think that trend line. I could see myself finding interested in that from a short side, but we'll see. Mike. After Mike, you're very close to the band hammer. After yesterday's fake news you shared with the room. And now that nonsense, even though I know you're kidding, but still, triangular moving average. Thank you, M. Will. I don't think I've heard of that one. Hey, we got to get this up to, we got to get 10 more. I'm going to just call it right now. I'm going to call this a mission failure if we can't get this up to 150 likes in the next 3 minutes. So if you are enjoying, if you want the live stream to go beyond the 2-hour mark, hit that like button. Because we are so far behind pace right now, which makes me think that I'm just not bringing my A game. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you want to contribute to having the party continue, hit that like button. We got 2.5 minutes to get 7 more likes. So I'm hoping there's 7 more likes out there. But today I guess I have not brought my A game. That's what it's starting to feel like here. Which is fine. That's why I like the like button. It helps communicate that. If I don't have my A game, I will know through the like button. And if I don't have it, so be it. I'll try hard. All right, we did get up to 152. All right, well that's good, but we gotta keep that button moving. I honestly think it's very cool to trade with other people. I guess it depends on the people. I hear ya. But there's probably an aspect of, well, who are these people? Looking to go short for a scalp. All right. You blew up yesterday, right? Relax, Ardu. So you're not like on tilt right now, are you? I'm gonna have to take this long now through the 200 period. Oh, yesterday. Okay, all right. So you're level headed today. All right, I'm watching. Look at it. Look at this pink line here. Just that is the very annoying part or the point. Rejected a couple times. Rejected. So can it break? If it does, is that the breakout point to get long? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. As long as you are sharing trade ideas and opinions on the chart with those people. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point, Hooch. Hooch, did you see me losing money earlier? I used your idea that you taught me with. I will take this long, but I want to see this come down and then come back up. So no, I'm not taking it on this candle. I wanted to see it come down first and then go back up. Hindsight will be my judge on if that was a stupid requirement or not. Yeah, I had to lose like 300 something. Where's it for? No, like 300 bucks. I got within 50 cents. But yeah, your way worked like a charm. Again, I'm not going to take it long here. I wanted to see it, like I said, come down a little bit. So yes, my ego wants to see this now just kind of collapse. That way I look smart for not doing it. But I do know there's several people here that are long. So from that angle, yeah, I do. That's okay if I look stupid. I'd rather you make money. Well, let's see if it can. So right now it did make the push, but a nasty fake breakout at this point in time. But there's still time where it can try to maybe curl back up. Make another, uh-oh. Uh-oh, longs. Oh, that's dirt. Don't do them like that. Don't do them dirty like that. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, it bounced right off that trend line. The power of trend lines. Let's see if it can try to make a push back up. Okay, all right. That's pretty impressive. It's still a little too messy for me up here right now to think about getting long for myself, but I'm watching, I'm thinking about it. A little messy though right now. Very entertaining. Well, good, Jay. I'm glad you're entertained. Hopefully some value-based entertainment. Hopefully there's a little bit of, even if it's something stupid I do. Okay, if I just do the opposite of what that guy just did, that'd probably be smart. There we go. You were learning at the expense of my stupidity and entertainment. So even that I'll consider a win. That's true. 19th, that is the Holy Grail. Last week, I kid you not, some of you were here. And that is, there was a range, and this range had rejected 19 times. And then I was like, all right, fine, I'll get in. And on the 20th time, it made a great move up. So I had a losing trade. So I did, instead of trying to buy the break like I'd done a couple other times, I finally went the opposite. And then I lost money and would have made money had I just done what I'd been doing. So it was kind of crudely comical, but that is Holy Grail. You wait for 19 rejections, and then on the 20th is where it goes. Clay, you sound better. Well, I mean, is that a statement or a question? You sound better? With 3 question marks. Are you saying I sound better? Can you do a members only live for the first hours? No. Because this is actually very hard. Because not only am I trading, I'm also, because we do have some stock traders as part of the group and options traders. But I am looking for others. I am alerting stocks. I'm making alerts on futures. I am trading for myself. There's a lot going on. So no, I already have enough going on during that portion. Could I? Yes. Would it be wise? No, especially at the prices I charge for the community. Now, if I was at like a couple $100 a month, okay, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd probably need to do that. But I mean, my chat room is $99, and that $99 gives you 3 months of access. So it's not $99 per month. It's $99 for every 3 months. If you do the math, it breaks down to $8.25 per week. So I could, but I'd have to increase prices. But I don't want to increase prices. We were just at such a congestion point. So we have the VWAP there. We have the 50 period moving average. We have that orange line, which is the previous session close. We have the green line, which is the 21 EMA. We have the pink line, which is the 200 SMA. all sorts of congestion at that point. I just got to let it clear out through this area before I start doing anything more. I am literally multitasking right now. This is true. Kind of. But this is just talking. It's not like I'm doing a bunch of typing or scanning or anything else. So I am multitasking, but it would be a different type of multitasking. I mean, it could be moon ready. Just increase and blame. That might be a little bit harder of a sell. I'm increasing prices because of inflation. Oh, really? Huh. I guess you could make the argument that electricity's gone up, so now like my electricity bill is higher. I don't know. That'd be an interesting finagle. Like I said, just still a little too messy around here, but yeah, I need to continue SOH. I need to continue sitting on my hands right now. Just too much congestion right now. I got to just get more of an idea of what direction this thing may want to go. This is not a setup to entry. I agree, Roland. That's why I'm just waiting for more clarity. The vast majority of being a day trader is not trading, as an FYI. The vast majority of being a day trader is waiting and being patient for a setup. I know that's an ironic statement. The vast majority of being a day trader is not trading. The one thing about all-time highs have taught me this year is that we can... Well, all right, I want to answer this again. Give me a 1 if you're long. Give me a 2 if you're short. Give me a 3 if you're SOH, sitting on hands. Where are people at now? Again, 1 if you're long, 2 if you're currently short, 3 if you're doing nothing, aka SOH. 1. All right, we got longs. We got longs. Okay, there's a short. This is so helpful. This is fun to do. It helps me. Right, a whole lot of people just kind of waiting things out, but we got a couple shorts. So definitely the winner, and I don't mean winner in terms of like that's the right move to make, but just the most would be doing nothing. Second look like longs, and then finally shorts. All right. Is there a way to put a poll on here? Yeah, there is, but I like to do it this way. I think it's cool, and I just... Because that way I don't have to pull up a poll. Like, that's just more clicking on my end. It's nice if I can just say something. Good day, everyone. Clay, can you shed some light on trading 2-minute versus 1-minute chart? Just, it's personal preference. Totally personal. Well, let me put it this way. I would say everybody should use the 5-minute, in my opinion, just because so many people use the 5-minute, so you'll get lots of self-fulfilling prophecies. But as far as the 1 versus the 2, that's totally personal preference. You'll have to experiment with both and see what you feel comfortable with. All right, longs. Longs maybe starting to get paid here. Next target I could see for the longs. Next potential hiccup point. Pink line right there, the 200 period moving average. I mean, no guarantees, but at this point, with it pushing up through here, I don't think anybody would be shocked to see it now hit that pink line. Once again, that's not me saying it will hit the pink line. It's just saying I could see that being an accurate target now for it. Sold half. Good job, Matt. And this trend line right here continues to just do work. I mean, so many bounces off it. So much so that let me just get it extended out some more. What time is it? Going on 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. So we are kind of in the we're in the afternoon hours. That's for sure. That's for sure. We'll see if this breakout wants to continue or not. 5 minutes looking a bit sketchy right now. Uh-oh. All right, it's at the trend line. Will the trend line once again hold? What time? Yeah, 5 minutes. Uh-oh. I'm not saying it's game over, but because this candle does still have an opportunity to move back up here and close green. But at this exact moment in time, this candle is looking a little bit sketchy for the longs, that is, at least. Again, this is the 5 minute time frame we are looking at. And then over here is the 2 minute, even though you can't quite see it. But yeah, that's uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I can't go short there, though. I mean, think about it. Look, to get short right now, when you have the 21 EMA there, you have the 50 period, you have the previous session close, that orange line, you have the VWAP down here. So that's what I mean. This is just a very sloppy chart right now where there's just, I don't really see a whole lot to do. Trying to establish some direction, but for me, now again, maybe you see something, you're like, Clay, I don't think the price, it's not going to care. It's gonna cut down through all that like a warm knife through butter. Okay. I don't see anything that suggests that. So that's why I'm not willing to get short right now. Even though it is breaking that trend line, I'm not interested in shorting into all these, this thicket of potential areas where the price could bounce from. So it's definitely a waiting game right now. Ooh. I'm liking it, period. Somebody right now, I got a buddy who, I mean, he is still a graphic designer, not totally, but he's redesigning this for me right now. So we're going to ideally get a new Pam's plant. Somebody way back when said this looks like a child did it, and fair enough. I did it, and I'm not like a graphic designer. So that is being redesigned. So that's what I was just looking at on my phone. He just sent me a text, said, hey, how's this looking? I said, hey, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Just so sloppy right now. He said, I would not be thinking of any shorts. I'm just talking about myself until the price at least gets down below the dotted red. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of that because this line at this point. So if the price can start to show some strength that it wants to stay down below the VWAP, then okay, fine. Because at least at that point, that would imply that the price is cleared down through all these areas here. But I mean, to get short right now, again, it might work out. I don't feel comfortable because it seems like it could just as equally, if not more, bounce off those areas. So, yep, 5 minute not looking so hot, but even with it's just hard. If all these moving averages and stuff were not right here, I'd be quite interested in a potential short. But all these moving averages and stuff, just so much congestion right here that, again, could, not guaranteed, but could realistically produce a bounce. And then, which is not a good situation if you're new, and if you're short means you want to make prices go down. So if a price bounces and starts to go up against you, that's not good. Whoa. Like that right there. Like like exactly that right there. That is why I am not shorting right now, because of my fear of that. Now, to be fair, a stop would be up here, so I'd still be in, but I'd be very scared right now after seeing that bounce off that area. Again, still could work out, because my crosshair, that's where this... So those of you that are short, I wish you all the best. I think the edges are against you, but hindsight will have to be our judge. If you are long, I see it. That 5 minute candle wasn't the greatest, but it's doing a good job respecting this area here. So I'd say you still got Still got a chance, but the shorts would have me, I'd be scared. But again, that's just my moronic opinion. So I'm sure you see something way more in depth than I see. Volume looks low. I mean, it's not huge, but like as far as assuming you're not a trader that's trying to like buy 50 NQs at a time, it's kind of irrelevant. As far as, you know, for us mere peasant, Well, depend if you're short, which I was talking about. But if you're long, okay. Shorts, friendly reminder, stop losses are a good thing. Please don't go on tilt. Take the lump and move on. So that's where my, hypothetical stop would have been if I was short. So I'd still be in. But wow, by the skin of my teeth, I'd still be in. No, that's all just, all right, so I'd be out. Shh. Just stop trading that stuff. Are you a day trader? Stop. Why? Day trading those sorts of stocks, very inefficient. There are better ways to go about your day trading. Futures make those sorts of situations look like nothing. But it's going to be a squeeze. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Futures, and especially when you factor in prop firms and copy trading, can make any of those numbers look like garbage. And not to mention, you have way less risk the entire time. So, shh, stop looking at stocks like that. If you're a day trader, there are way better ways to go about it. Again, day trade futures through a prop firm. That is the most efficient way to be a day trader. Do you go live every day? I do, 11 a.m. Eastern. And then the length that I go just depends on if people are enjoying. And that's why I'm always watching the like button. So as long as the likes creep upwards, I take that as a sign that people are enjoying, so then I'll keep the party going. But I do go live at 11 a.m. How long do I go live? Like I said, that's just dependent on the likes and if they're always, kind of creeping upwards or not. If they stall out, then that's kind of just my sign that, all right. So I assume you're new here then. So good to have you, TJ. Maximum one. Maximus Decimus. The child of a murdered husband. Or what is that quote? Leader of the 6 legions. Name the movie. I think I got close enough to the movie quote to get the movie. Maximus Decimus Aurelius, husband to a murdered wife, leader of the 7th Legion. 300. Okay, that's not a terrible guess. At least you're in the same kind of genre. All right, back down it goes. Get on the 5-minute. Got to be watching the 200 period. That could very realistically be a bigger problem point. Good job. Gladiator is the correct answer. Very good. Oh, it's leader of the armies of the north. Thank you, Augusto. All right. So my kind of close, generally, broadly, sort of speaking. Yeah. Are you not entertained? Is not why you are here? Just trying to figure out what this wants to do. It just, I guess it is slowly creeping upwards. Yeah. We who are about to die salute you. Just no. This is why sometimes I wish I didn't use multiple time frame analysis. I'd love to buy on the break right here, but I'm buying I'd be buying right at the 200 period moving average, which could very realistically be a resistance area. I'm looking for knowledge to help me build my day trading skills. Well, that's cool. Well, you should sign up for this, Augusto. Class I'm offering tomorrow. Anybody else is welcome. I'll just tag Augusto real quick. Yeah, consider signing up for this. given what you said. You're looking to build your day trading skills. Cool. Check this out. Oh, I can't wait for the cold to be gone. I am thinking about maybe buying a pullback somewhere around here, but right now I'm getting antsy. It's been a while since I've had a live trade on for the stream, but I got to be careful of the live stream voice. That makes me want to make trades just for the sake of the stream, and it's like, well, let's be careful. All right, I'm just gonna do one to just satisfy the. I'm not even gonna get filled here. Oh, there we go. I'm in. All right, this is a FOMO force trade, kind of, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it wisely. 3 layers to it. Layer number 1, it's a prop firm. Layer number 2, it's an MNQ, and layer number 3, it is just 1. So yes, this is just me easing my mind. I was on edge. I'm like, all right, let me just, there we go. So I'm in. I have some skin in the game. Not a whole lot of skin in the game, but it has eased the situation. I am in here. I may look to add another one just down here at these moving averages. That would still be at 2. I'm still plenty green on this account, so I will try to buy another one at that green line. Why are you scared for that? Well, that's why I did it, Nathan. I'm not scared. That's the whole point of just doing one. I'm easing the cravings to get into a trade. Scared, I am not. Okay, in for another one. So I'm at 2. What do you think? What do you all think of gold, silver today when we're going the opposite? I mean, I think day trading gold and silver is just a poor decision. I think there are way better things to trade. Add in trying to add in 2 more. I have my stop, or my stop will be VWAP. So we'll see if I can add in a couple more. Yeah, I don't get it. Why do people even pay attention in the futures to gold or silver? There are so much better things to trade. Blue line is my average entry price. I'm long. I'm looking to add in another 2. My stop will be VWAP. So if I'm wrong, I mean, it'll be nothing disastrous, but you do need to draw the line somewhere, else you're just going to average yourself down into oblivion. We'll do one more buy here. Again, right now, running more of a mental stop. Red line right there is my first target, just in case it wants to throw out a couple. Because things, this can spike every now and then. Is this thing really going to roll all the way back over? It might. Okay. Now I do need to get my stop in place. Got to put my line in the sand somewhere so I don't turn this into a averaging down fiesta. So there we go. This is either going to bounce now finally. I mean, think about it. If this thing really bleeds through all these moving averages, then this trade just was not meant to be for me. I mean, I thought that'd be kind of a pretty crazy scenario, but crazy scenarios can happen. But I mean, really, is it really going to just bleed down through all these areas that could have realistically provided support? Again, it might. That's why you got to put the line in the sand somewhere. But we'll see if it wants to bounce or not. Do you change your thought process when you move to? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you definitely have to be. Well, if you're trading NQ, your thought process is automatically in more of an aggressive formation anyways. Just by default that you're trading NQ, your mindset is already aggressive. What are your thoughts about MES? I don't trade it, but I mean, if people do trade it, I don't think they're crazy. Like if you're day trading futures in gold or silver, I'm like, okay, I think that's a poor decision. But like I would not say that about somebody that's trading ES or MES. I mean, I still like NQ and MNQ better, but you know, my feelings would not be the same. Like when people show up and say they're trading gold futures. Again, I have built a position here, but my line in the sand is VWAP. My average price is the blue line. These red lines here are some of my targets. But you can't keep adding, or else that's how you'll be up to, before you know it, 100 MNQs and then account blown. Yeah, I thought I could treat it like the same animal. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the same animal, that's for sure. So it's a very basic premise. I built my position. I thought that it would find at least some support along the way somewhere, and it seemingly is not. So therefore, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And it's either going to bounce this, and I'm out. So, all right. That's wild. Look at that. It just bled through all of those. Didn't even care. Not even a little bit. How do you prepare in the morning before market open? I wake up. I make out with my wife. I roll out of bed. Go to the bathroom. Sit down. And I'm ready to go. Which is the nice thing about futures, right? One of the beautiful things about futures is notice how I didn't talk about scanning or checking news or anything like that. Because with futures, once you trade the same thing every day, because every single day, it's going to give you multiple opportunities. Now, when I was doing stocks, yeah, you'd have to run your scans. You'd have to figure out, okay, what's kind of the drama? What's this? What's that? What's the share structure here? I mean, you got to do all this extra stuff. But now I'm just like, no, I just like to roll out of bed. So that's my morning routine. Careful though, if you deploy the make out with your wife every morning, and that's how you end up with 6 kids, which is great. I still don't know how I'm going to feed them, so please use code Clay. Code Clay helps feed my kids, but yeah, it's great. But that is it happens. Maybe it does finally bounce off VWAP. Like I said, at some point, you got to just draw your line in the sand. You got to just admit, it's either they're do or die. And for me, it was VWAP. It came down and took me out, and it is what it is. But I thought there was a good chance at least one of these, whether it was the 21 EMA or the 200 period simple moving average or the 50 period simple moving average or the orange line, the close from the previous session, or the VWAP. I thought one of those may provide at least somewhat of a bounce. Not necessarily even breaking new highs, but I got nothing. Just the slow bleed through that all, and it is what it is. Wild. Now, I am starting to maybe potentially get bearish bias. For those of you that were here a while ago, my definition of maybe leaning towards getting more bearish would be if the price breaks down through and starts to act like it wants to stay down below that dotted yellow line, which again is VWAP, but has not happened yet. Your transitions are impeccable. I don't know what transitions. What are we talking about here? And there is the bounce. Clay, you should have had your stop lower. I agree. But I promise you not have been saying, Clay, you should have had your stop lower, had this come down, and then just exploded to the downside. You would have been saying, good stop, Clay, good stop. Hey, Clay, my overall bias is short due to what I think was liquidity swipe over 285. I don't think. In my opinion, that was just when the news came out. Like, there is nothing magical or mystical going on there. There was nothing trying to swipe at liquidity. That was just straight up supply and demand. But hey, what Green Beetle? What works for you? Go with that, brother. I just think people got overly excited, and then the smart money was like, hey, let's take advantage. Let's take advantage. So smart money, and again, maybe some of you were smart money. Were you smart money? Were you somebody that was, taking profits from the long side or maybe going short? People here could have been considered smart money. And then dumb money, which I've been dumb money before. Dumb money were the people buying there, and buying there. That was dumb money. Dumb money was giving their hands to the smart money. But yeah, we all have our moments. Sometimes we're on team smart money. Other times we're on team dumb money. So that's what trading really is. Try to be on team smart money more than team dumb money. Nothing works at... Well, given your terminology, Green Beetle, I think you need to step away from where I'm guessing you're getting your education from. That would be... Again, I don't know that for sure, but when I see liquidity swipe, it makes me think, uh-oh. Were you suckered into that cult for a little while? I don't know. Might not be Green Beetle. But certain terminology makes my little radar go off. Uh-oh. This might be either a current cult member, a former cult member, or maybe somebody that's dabbling with a cult. No, I don't think trapping exists. Who is trapping? Now, if I want to sell somebody a program, I'll say trapping exists. But to trap implies somebody is trapping somebody else. Nobody's trapping anybody. It's just supply and demand. That's all it is. But if you think there's some magical, mystical guy sitting in a room being like, whoa, who are we going to trap? No, that does not exist. If you think there's like, let's put together a little bot, let's put together a little algo that's going to trap. No, that's not how it works. It's just supply and demand. That's it. No, they don't. People here's the thing about people, if you think market makers are all powerful, that market makers just, have all this control, that's not true. That is why market makers go out of business. That is why firms that are market makers no longer exist, because of supply and demand. Sometimes supply and demand just wrecks the market maker themselves. So the sooner you realize that market makers go out of business, the sooner you will realize, I guess then by definition, market makers are not in full control. Because if market makers were in full control, how could they ever go out of business? They wouldn't. They'd be like, no, I'm in control. So yeah, market makers do have to provide a market to an extent, but there is that extent where supply and demand just wrecks them. So just FYI, market makers can and do and will in the future go out of business. Just because you're a market maker doesn't mean you get to dictate everything the price does. Now again, if I'm trying to sell you something, then yeah, sure. Look, I used to be a market maker. I know all the market makers. No, nonsense. No. Do it. Worthy gains. Let me rephrase this to what actually happens. Now, is your explanation going to sound smarter? Yeah. Do I think supply goes towards demand and demand goes towards supply? Yes, that's what the market is. That's what an auction is, right? If somebody is saying a price and people really like that price, guess what? Demand's going to go to that price. And then that's why the auctioneer is going to be like, whoa, let's raise the price. And if the crowd still likes that price at the auction, guess what? Demand is going to go towards that price. Or to use your cool terminology, liquidity, right? It's going towards where people are wanting to sell. So yes, of course it goes towards liquidity. Supply and demand. The market is constantly trying to reach equilibrium. I swear, but I get it. All the way other people describe it is that it's not really exciting. I understand me sitting here talking about supply and demand. It's like right now, who is winning? Here's a quiz. Who is winning right now? Is demand overwhelming supply, or is supply overwhelming demand right now? At this moment in time, let me know. Who is winning the current battle as we're watching it on the 2-minute? Is demand or supply winning right now? It is not. No. What are you okay, Curtis? Yeah, exactly. Demand, right? Prices are going up. There are more people interested in buying than selling. There is more demand than supply. That's why the prices are going up right now. It does not need to be overcomplicated, folks. Nobody is out there trying to swipe, grab anything. Market makers are not little gods. No. If they were truly in control, and if they could truly do and make the price do whatever they want, there would be no track record of market makers and those firms going out of business. And that is my rant that I have to go on from time to time. Hey, usually by the 3-hour mark, we want to be up to 200 likes. We are 23 likes away. We've got about 43 minutes. So if you want this to go beyond the 3-hour mark, make sure you hit that like button. We've got to get this up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we have, like I said, about, I want to give everybody a heads up. I don't want to spring this on everybody with 5 minutes left. But we have about 20 minutes to get 17 more likes. Well, however you're talking about green, whatever you're talking about, market makers, it's irrelevant. They're relevant in the sense of sure. The goal is they're supposed to provide a market. But it's not like that means I get just to control the market and do whatever they want with the market, which is what a lot of people imply. I might have to put myself in timeout. So for any of you that are just getting here, what you missed was me building a position. So I bought some, and then got stopped out basically right on the VWAP right there. So I built a nice position, and now we're witnessing it actually go up. So I'm not going to do it yet, but I probably should put myself in timeout right now because my blood is starting to... this is a 150. Well, Tim, I am trading prop firms. I am not using my own funds. So within the prop firm space, Tim, I am trading a 150K account. But that does not mean that I have $150,000 of my money in the account. So I am, again, layer number one of that question, I'm in a prop firm, which is the smart way to go because I don't want to use my own funds. But within the prop firm, I am in a 150K account. Yeah, I'm kind of, all right. I'm in timeout. Do it. 15-minute penalty box. I got to put myself in the penalty box. That is so irritating. Again, just as for anybody that just got logged on, why am I putting myself in the penalty box? Because as people here 10 minutes ago witnessed, and I'm making this up a little bit. I don't remember the exact spots, but bought some, built a position, got stopped out, which sent me red on my MNQs. So still plenty green in this account, but still. And now it's going up. So yes, I am in timeout. 15 minutes. I am trading futures, specifically MNQ and NQ futures. All right, 12 likes away. We should be able to get that in the next 20 minutes. But yeah, if you have not yet hit that like button and you want to help contribute to the stream moving forward, then make sure you hit that like button. Again, that's not a vanity metric. That's a metric that I use for information to gauge people's interest level. So if you are interested, if you are enjoying, hitting that like button does ensure that the party continues. But yes, I'm in timeout. What just scroll back, Shippy. I was talking about, I mapped out all these indicators, I don't know, 10 minutes ago when I was talking about them all. So, yeah, if you're curious all that, Shippy, I don't have the brain power right now to go through all that again. I don't have the brain power. All right, here's the key dynamic right now. Grab your popcorn. 5-minute time frame, right at that 200 period moving average. You can see it's acted as resistance there. Are we going to get the triple top? That's the question right now. Do we get the triple top if you're getting short there? I see the logic. Doesn't mean it'll work, but I would not call you crazy. I would not be like, what are you doing? What a random situation that was. Duality C, hello. Again, not saying you should get short. All I'm saying is that if you are short, I see the logic. I understand the logic. I cannot join you because I am now in the penalty box. I just think it moves better. I think it moves better, Lazaro. That's why. Nothing fancy, but I want movement as a day trader, and I think the MNQ and the NQ give the best movement. Ooh, please tell me somebody got short. Look at that. Look at that rejection. Woo! Woo! Tell me at least one of you are short. Who is short? If none of you are short, I'm banning the whole box. I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself. All right, see you later, Brian. Worthy is long. All right, Joe is okay. Alan is short. Mike is short. All right, good. I'm gonna live vicariously through you. JJ, you tell me. You've been around long enough. I know for sure. Not for sure. That's a strong word. I'm at 99.7% that you know the answer to that question. Take a stab at it, brother. I bet you get it. Oh my goodness, what a candle. All right. Now, I guess if you did go short, I mean, that's how many, maybe some of you scalp because from 40 down to right there. So you already got over potential 6-point scalp, which isn't bad at all. But all right, good. So you got the rejection, you got enough for a scalp, but now the question for shorts is, are they going to get enough where it actually rolls back over and gives more? Filled at 37. On the short or on the, yeah, that must have been on the short. Hey, we're looking at on the likes. Let's get 7 more, push us up over 200, and the party shall continue. Well, I don't know what's up with the viewers today. We cannot push through 200. Yesterday was like constantly 250. I don't understand YouTube. I don't understand live streaming. How can yesterday have been a breeze over 200 and now we can't even like crack it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Look at that. Again, right off that 200 period moving average. Oh, why did I put myself in timeout? Why? I'm going to have to put myself in another timeout. This is so hard. Because right now, I'd totally be breaking the rule. I'd be like, okay, I said, Clay, you're in a timeout. But just get short. It's so much different, though, now that I've said it on the live stream, and I have all of you to hold me accountable, to call me a filthy scumbag liar if I start trading after I just told you that I'm in timeout. I like the accountability. It's good stuff. How can I make my entries better? Well, Townsy, I'm not sure if this will totally help you, but I think it's worth a try. So sign up for this free class. That'll be offered tomorrow. I'm inviting anybody. Anybody's welcome. I'm just tagging him. But yeah, come check it out. Uh-oh, shorts. Uh-oh. It's still got work to do. This is better to watch on the 5-minute because that's actually what we're caring about. That 200 period on the 5-minute. Rejected the price there, rejected a couple times here, and right now we're at another 2 rejections. But now the big question, does this roll over? Now scalp shorts, they're already out for profits. They're already green, whatever. But it's the shorts that are looking for more. They're just still wondering, will this roll over? So they've gotten the rejection, but will it roll over? Well, as long as you have a stop in worthy gains, that's what matters most. Just make sure you have that stop. Hey, we're over 200 likes. This is a good group. So we will now be going beyond the 3-hour mark. But still, make sure to keep hitting that like button if you have not yet. Because how far beyond the 3-hour mark we go? Well, I'm going to keep watching those likes. They need to still keep creeping up. All right. Can it push through? Grab your popcorn. Here we go. Oh, this cough. All right, we're right here. Oh, man, I so want to get short right now. Stop slightly above. Oh, such a tight risk profile. And if this thing even just comes down for a scalp, your RVR would be great. But I can't do it. I'm in timeout. Nast was 20 minutes behind. Whoops. It'd be close. It'd be close to getting stopped out. If it pushes up anymore, though, that would have been a losing. So I'm glad. Hey, look, timeout saved me. Yeah, all right, I'd be out. All right, hey, now I'm glad I was in timeout. That was a good call, Clay. Thank you all for keeping me accountable. How much are you trading per? How much am I trading what? Position size, dollars and cents? I don't know if that's going to be a long-term viable approach, but I'm glad it worked for you on this one. Buying into 200 period moving averages, a little sketchy. But hey, if your stats show that it works, awesome. Awesome. Position, it depends. Depends on the strategy, but obviously I do more MNQs than I would NQs. All right, well, we'll hop back into the 2-minute time frame now. Got the break though, so this is not helping with my. Not that I'd still be in had I, but oh, that's embarrassing. Yeah, I mean Green Beetle. You're a good example with a comment like that of why kids don't do. What is it from Waterboy? And this brings me to my next point. Don't do crack. Green Beetle is the current example of why you should not smoke crack with a comment like that. Stay away from meth, kids. Stay away from crack, or you're going to turn out looking like Green Beetle. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you coming from the crypto world? How much is staked? And what are you talking about staked? Okay, you must be a crypto bro. I'm not in a trade right now. If I was in a trade, these numbers down here, or at least one of these numbers, would be fluctuating around. But I have no idea what you mean by staked. Now, I think that's a term from the world of crypto. But day trading, I'm not sure I've ever heard of staked. Well, I'll let him answer for himself. Seems like a plausible guess, but we'll just wait because I don't want to start answering things there. He's like, no, that's not what I meant. It's just no, it's not common terms. What do you? Oh, how much are you? Yeah, I've never heard that used. I've heard it used in Bitcoin. Ultimately, how much money am I risking? I'm ultimately just risking the cost of an account. So like if this were you, Sleepy Stories, and you're doing what I'm doing, so your ultimate risk that you'd be risking on a trade would be whatever you paid for your account. So let's just say you're doing a 100K account, so 100K purchasing power. Your ultimate risk would be $198. That's your risk per trade. If you're doing a 25K purchasing power account, now your ultimate, your true life, your real life risk would be $90 because that's the cost of the account. So if you were to lose 1,500, the consequence, now if you're using your own money, the consequence of losing 1,500 is, well, you lose $1,500 out of your pocket. The consequence within the prop firm world is you don't lose 1,500, but you do violate the rule. Therefore, they'll take the account away from you. And if you paid $90 and they take the account away from you, therefore your risk is $90. So the true quote-unquote risk per trade is actually just whatever you paid for the account. And that is why Pam's plant, why one of the parts of beautiful thing about prop firms is that added risk control. You get to protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Via what I just explained there. Your only money actually at risk is what you bought the account for, which is very minimal compared to what you could potentially lose if you're using your own money, and definitely very minimal compared to the upside. If you start going a hot streak, you pass the test, you get into the pro account, start to get payouts. It just makes a whole lot of sense. So hopefully that answers your question, but there we go. I don't know the answer to that, Nas. I don't know the answer. How do I get started with it if I've never traded futures? Well, V, what do you trade right now? Good question, but what do you trade right now? Steven, you're very far behind. I already lost money. I already lost the amount of money that I needed to. Poor guy. You keep talking about me losing money, and then apparently you disappeared over the section of the live stream where I actually went and lost money. Yeah, some people here, they saw me methodically lose basically that $300 right to where it needed to be. Well, almost. I lost 50 cents more than I needed to, but yeah, right there, the max on that account for the day is 1,500. I nailed a trade, but I nailed it too good, so then I needed to work that way down to the 1,500 mark. But like I said, I lost technically 50 cents more than I needed to. But you missed it. You missed it, Steve, or Steven. How's that prop firm going for you? It's doing great, crackhead. Are you still on crack? Crackhead is our resident crackhead who shows up once every 2 weeks, makes a comment, and then just disappears again. I guess out to do more crack. So everybody in the room, don't be like crackhead. I'm not making that up. Just look a few messages up. You'll see. That's right. I'm literally crackhead. No, I never have, Sleepy Stores. I've never heard somebody say how much you have staked. I have people say how much you have in the position. I've heard people say what's your risk. I understand you take a stake in a company. I get that. Okay, well, what's your stake in the company? I get that. That's why I think it's more of a, but I've never heard it used to day trading. Am I out of timeout yet? Oh, I am. Thank you, Kyle. I'm free from timeout. Okay, I'm out of the penalty box now. That's good. I was in the penalty box because I could feel myself going on potential tilt watch due to a trade that I don't really want to talk about anymore. But I'm good now. We're good. Now I got to find a trade that maybe makes sense. We'll see here, though. Trying to just be patient. Usually chat on my paydays from prop firms. It's like a ritual. All right. That makes sense then why there's not any rhyme or reason to it other than every once in a while. Well, there is the move. Wow. All right. What time is it? No, the random time. So it's not like this could have been news. Well, this is why shorts, you want to be disciplined. Never fun to be wrong, but it's way worse to be wrong and then refuse to be wrong and then have something like this happen to you. Google and Tesla earnings tonight. All right, so it should be a interesting day tomorrow. Yeah, use your chat box, Godzilla. If you're a member of my private community, let me know. I'll reach out to them. I'll get a reply back pretty quick. All right, looking for a pullback. I'm not gonna go long here, but maybe a little bit. Look for a little bit of a micro pullback. Or is this balloon just going to keep floating away? But this is one of these things where it gets hard, right? Do you short right here? I don't know if I want to short. This thing is pretty strong. Do I really want to go long right here? I don't know. That seems like a FOMO chase. What do I think about trading futures overnight? I don't do it. I think it's very risky. And not to mention, you're not able to do it anyways within the prop firm landscape because you've got to be out of your positions by the close. Because they don't want you swing trading. Which is understandable. There's a whole lot of risk. That overnight risk can get sketchy in a hurry. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Godzilla fan. I don't know what to tell you. If that's outside, you don't want to talk to AI, well then, I don't know. Does this prop firm let you start trading again at... Correct. Yep. Because at 6 p.m., that is a new session. Exactly. Yep. So good question, and yes, they do. Hey, Beetle Boy. Leave their name out of this chat, okay? Not a fan. Not a fan. I've heard lots of stuff. Not a fan. So just leave their name out of here. Thank you in advance. All right. I'm thinking about a short just because the price did get rejected from over here previously. So this is an area of resistance. If I bring this across, but now it's pushing through. So that's what I mean. Shorty never felt right. Yeah, I was thinking about it. But again, this just seems strong. So I would have been out from the short. Yes, to be fair, Clay, you should have just went long. I know, but that's why it's tricky. Because it seems like that was totally chasing from the long side. Mr. X, thank you for all the... Well, thank you. You're welcome, Mr. X. Hopefully you find it helpful. But the best way to thank me is to use code Clay with Take Profit Trader. That's the best way to thank me. And not to mention, you get a discount. You get the current promotion. 40% off, no activation fee, and you can support the live stream and feed some hungry kids. Because all of my proceeds do go to hungry children. Some of you know the punchline to this one already, but as an FYI disclosure, these hungry children that proceeds go to are mine, because I have 6 of them, and they're hungry. All right, yeah. Now Green just completely demonstrates he's on drugs. The over-leveraged trader. All right. Sounds like that's somebody that has embraced their degenerate side, and they're not hiding it; they're embracing it. And in many senses, you got to respect that. All right, is this potentially a fake break here at this point? Maybe. If this comes up and then comes back down, I'm getting short. But step one, it's got to come back up and then come back down. I don't know, Versace. We got a lot of, I don't know. It's a legitimate question, though. Well, now I look. That's how it goes sometimes. Now I agree. Well, what a stupid requirement. Why did you want to see it first come up and then come back down? I get it. Yeah, I'm with you. Good old hindsight. In hindsight, that makes me look, that was a stupid requirement. But had that requirement saved me from a losing trade, then everybody would be like, hey, Clay, that was a smart requirement. I'd be saying it to myself, Clay, smart requirement. But that's hindsight. It's stuck at the 15-minute opening range. And then kind of right around that area. Trying to see what it wants to ultimately do. Hey, we're doing good with likes. We are at the 3-hour mark, but we're gonna need to get this up to a minimum of 225 likes if we're gonna keep things moving. I'll go to 3:15 for sure, 3 hours and 15 minutes. But yeah, in the next 15 minutes, please hit that like button. Let's get this up to 225 likes, and I'll take that as a sign that people are continuing to enjoy, and therefore the party will continue. So if you have not yet hit that like button, and you wanna contribute to literally the live streaming continuing, that like button has a real life impact. Previous candle, illegal hammer, scalpy scalp down. Previous candle, no, this is not a hammer candle right here. If that's what you're talking about, that is not a hammer candle. And I think I feel as though I've let you down if you have gone through my class and you're calling this candle right there a hammer candle. I have failed you. Like, you're not a good testimonial for my class. What are you doing? Confirmed, Judd? Last I heard, it was just speculation. AA, pass my. Good job, AA. Congrats. Okay, I will get short here at that red line if the price wants to come back down. It took a step forward. So it's been confirmed then, Judd? Thank you, AA. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, I got one left. I got one left on the short side. I don't know what's going on here, though. There. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Spicy. Oh, boy. Holy smokes. I trade low floats. I trade short squeezes. I trade 0 DT options. Get that garbage out of here. Well, I mean, I've always been in the green. This is the same account. These are just my NQ trades on the day. And these are just my MNQ. So, yes, you're all right, though. On my MNQ trades, back in the green. But what was that? Who said what? More trade deal tweets. Okay, well, I assume these ones are bad. I mean, it really wasn't nutty, though. It wasn't. I was just following the chart. Like I said, I wanted to see the price come up. If it comes back down, I'll get short. That's what I did. Let's go. Now, I do need full transparency, full disclosure. Please don't sign up for futures thinking like you're gonna get moves like this all the time. That's not always how it happens. I mean, this was a wild move. I mean, this was basically 70. Let's just call it that was like a 45-point move. That's a lot. The free one or my mentorship, Nas? What are you talking about? Free one or the mentorship? Trump to sign AI action plan, but that was mentorship, okay? There you go, Nas. Don't be a Sergio. Don't be a Sergio. Oh, Mikey's doing well. 120 per account. Good job. Trump trade advisor Navarro on U.S. trade deal. Take it. That's what I mean. With this administration, love or hate them, that's not my point. But love or hate them, the intellectually honest person is going to say it can kind of be a clown fiesta at times. And when that comes to the market, it can get very spiky because you can have one person saying one thing, then all of a sudden somebody's saying something else. Then all of a sudden, oh, that's actually not true. Oh, no, it is true. No. Then Trump says out and says, wait, none of that's true. Like, it can be all over the place. So my point is, I think you're very crazy if you're trading in this sort of market with your own funds. That is why I think prop firms make a whole lot of mathematical sense. Because let's be fair. Let's be realistic. You know, people around the world, some of them, they were getting long here. I don't blame them. They were going long. There was this pullback. It had started to break back up again. They got long, and then boom. And especially in the world of futures, 45 points against you, as you saw, essentially in the blink of an eye, can be an absolute train wreck. And I'd rather have the consequences of a train wreck not be thousands of dollars lost, but my account lost from a prop firm, which means I'm out a couple $100 at most. That's just me. That's me. So that is why I think you are absolutely cray-cray. Not even necessarily in anything. If you're using your own funds when you don't have to, that's wild. But especially in futures, because day traders, we care about movement, and oh boy, I'm telling you, futures move very quickly, which is why I would never say to just go trade futures but with your own money, especially if you're new. No, trade futures through a prop firm, because with a prop firm, you're getting that added risk control via protecting your own money because you don't have as much money at risk. So, yeah, and that here we have another example of that. Wild that there are people, you know for sure, my voice is cracking, that we're going long on that breakout to then just get dumped on like that. So there were certainly some prop firms lost, but again, I'd much rather have the consequences of that just be a prop firm loss as opposed to somebody that was using futures or using their own money with futures, and then, oh, I just lost my account that I had $3,000 in. Yep, it's gone. It was me. Were you along there, Matt? Okay, let's be honest. We might have a real-life case study of exactly what I meant. So this could be gold. And I trust Matt. He'll be honest with us. So when you say it was me, are you saying you were long? This is going to be some... I mean, people will accuse us of potentially planning all this, but I promise it's not planned. Were you long? Is that what you meant, Matt? You were long. Okay. And what were you long? Did you roast your account? Oh, okay. 1 NQ. So I'm assuming Matt did not roast his account. So maybe not as good as an example as what I thought we were looking at, but it could still be a... Okay. I thought you meant you were going to have lost like your account. Still great. All right, never mind, Matt. But Matt is an example of somebody that was going long there and then boof. And now look at this. The V shape, straight back up. Now, I don't really... Like, if you're getting short... I mean, at that point, that's why you don't want to chase. Like, that's pretty much a FOMO chase at that point. So I don't feel too bad for them. But the longs, yeah. That's rough. That's rough to have had this beautiful breakout and then have it just... But yeah, if you chase that short... Now, for longs that were feeling a living on the edge, like, all right, I'm going to try to catch this knife. And they bought at that purple line right there, 50 period. They're getting paid very nicely. Now the question is, do I try a short once again? I think my voice just cracked again. Nothing like going through a cold and having your voice be sketchy. And I am. If it comes up here, comes back down, I will be ready to short again. I'll have a very tight stop. But like I said, requirement number one for me, want to see the price come up to these areas and then come back down. It's going good, AFRES Gaming. Hopefully you're having a good day too. Oh, by the way, we need 9 more likes in 5 minutes. Wow, this party may actually end. We need 225 likes in the next less than 5 minutes. So if you have not hit that like button, and if you are enjoying, and if you want the party to continue, now is the time to hit the like button. I mean, if we can't get up to 225, that's fine. I'll just take that as the sign that I've run out of my entertainment game. People are no longer entertained. So we have, like I said, about 4 minutes now to get 5 more likes. I just hit like. I got a like for you, but I'm going to need something in return. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, still thinking of maybe getting short here. Don't do it, Travis. Don't do it. Don't get short? I don't know. Hey, all right, we're cruising. 226. Keep hitting that like button. Next target will be 250 likes. So, again, there's no point in holding back your likes like some of you try to cleverly do. I have the overall numbers in my mind of where we should be at certain points. So, I do appreciate some of you trying to be strategic and holding back your likes for the times where they're needed. But it's not actually doing anything. White House. So is Trump speaking right now? Whoa, hey, okay, we're getting a little spiky here. Getting a little spiky here. I better reduce this down. If I'm gonna start trading this, I gotta. All right, gonna get short at the red line. Green line will be my stop. Smaller size though on this one. I'm not going to do 5 this time just because this thing's getting kind of jumpy. Nope, now it's going back up. I would not go short right now. Then you better not go short. Then you better get long. All right. All right, this is not... I was hoping to get filled a little bit quicker than what it was, so I tried, did not get filled. Therefore, no trade from the short side. All right. Up here is the overnight high. So a very realistic spot where the price could be headed right now. I mean, the white line is the high of the day. So, I mean, the price has already been to this area and beyond. You were long? All right. Good job investing for a living. Congrats. I guess I don't know where you're long at, but it is seemingly going up. Jasmine I got you, Clay baby. Ooh. Ooh. I'm going to have to change my screen into that. Not Clay Trader anymore. Clay baby. Yeah. $2,000 margin requirements coming. Are you talking about the pattern day trading stuff? Supposedly they're changing the pattern day trader rule to 2,000, which is definitely better. The problem is it's still just stocks and options, which just don't move as good as futures anyways. But it is a step in the right direction. I'll give credit where credit's due. Oh my goodness. All right. I might have to get short here. Look at this 5-minute candle. What was that? 63. Look at what the 5-minute could be looking like. If this thing comes back down, be looking at a nice candle here. I don't know, make it trades. I'm still trying to figure out. It's hot off the press, so I'm still trying to understand it myself. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not sure anybody knows, like, for sure yet. We're all kind of just speculating in some senses. All right, been a while, and I am curious. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're sitting on hands. I'll start things off. I'm at currently a 3. Okay, we got some shorts. We got some shorts out here. Okay. Again, 1 long, 2 you're short, 3 you're kind of just SOH and sitting on hands. And then give me a 4 if you have not hit that like button. And if you have not hit the like button, after you hit the 4, go hit that like button. So who is actually speaking? I know is it I can't remember. What's Trump's press secretary? Them, or is Trump talking? What's 5? I just used code Clay 5 times, which would be amazing. So 5 is the best one you could use. Because with Take Profit Trader you can have 5 pro accounts. So 5 means you just went and bought 5 Take Profit Trader accounts and use code Clay in every single one. Thank you, Travis. That's it. She's hot. Not if you put my wife next to her. Then she becomes ugly. I don't even know what she looks like. I can't even envision what she looks like in my head. So to be fair to her, I'm not saying, well, what's the point of 5 accounts? So you can copy trade them. So copy trading, good question. What's the point of 5 accounts? Because there's something called copy trading with prop firms. And so if you make one trade, let's just say one trade, and you make $200 on that trade, but then if you copy it to your other accounts, then that means you made that other trade 4 more times. So in other words, instead of, you only did that one trade one time for $200, but if you copied it to your 4 other accounts, now all of a sudden you just had that trade happen 5 times. So instead of being only up $200, you would be up $1,000. Now, of course, the flip side is also, you got to keep in mind, if you make a trade and then you copy it to your, now, and you don't have to do 5 accounts, you could copy 2 accounts, you could copy trade 3 accounts. But just realize the flip side, if you make a trade and then copy it, you're also copying bad decisions. So if you go on tilt, if you revenge trade, if you lose your mind, well, you are copying all those decisions to those other accounts too. So currently you have pro accounts. I have both because I'm always passing test accounts because I want to have I look at prop firm. This is my prop firm model as a whole. When you first buy your account, it's a horse. The goal is to turn it into a racehorse, meaning that's your funded account, that's your pro account, that's the account where you start to make money, you get to keep money. But at the same time, I want to still be training and turning horses into racehorses so that if I ever have a racehorse die, aka I blow a pro account, blow a funded account, I have another horse in the stable ready to plug right back in. And the nice thing about Take Profit Trader is that when you pass accounts, you don't have to pay extra to store them. So to keep your racehorse in the stable, no extra charges. Other prop firms, most other prop firms, they'll charge you. Every account you have, every month, there's going to be a fee. Now with Take Profit Trader, after you pass the test, after you turn the horse into a racehorse, you don't have to activate it right away. You can just store it away. You can put it in the stable. And then whenever you're ready to activate, then you can do it. So the extra accounts are like a leverage. Yeah, that's a way to look at it. But yes, that is my overall prop firm strategy. I have my pro accounts. I have my racehorses. I have a stable with racehorses in them waiting to be unleashed. And then at the other time, I'm training horses and attempting to get those horses turned into racehorses. I don't know if that analogy is working, but I think there's some potential. Yeah, I believe with Apex you do have to pay. So like my model would potentially get very pricey with Apex if you have to pay every month to just store accounts. But again, with Take Profit Trader, you don't have to pay anything. Once you pass the test and then you just store it, you wait, you kind of just keep it in the stable until you need to activate it. There's no monthly fees associated with that. So kind of one of those hidden benefits that doesn't really get talked too much about with Take Profit Trader. Who I'm using, who I recommend. And if you want to support the live stream, support the channel, get a good quality discount, use code CLAY. We are getting closer and closer to hitting that pink line, which is the overnight high. We'll see if it can push up there a little bit more. Take Profit Trader is dope. Max 4 accounts and Apex. Yeah, there you go. 5 accounts, exactly. Yep. So yeah, kind of too scared to short right now because it's got that kind of slow and steady grindy feel to it. So I could see this just kind of slowly grinding up to that area, which from the short side has like a million paper cuts written all over it. But going long right here, again, it seems kind of like a chase. Look at the 5-minute. Basically no pullbacks. Just heading back up, no pullback. So to go long right there, that's got me a little worried too. So therefore, that's why right now I'm at an SOH situation. Sit on hands, and we'll see. Now, if we get a pullback, I could see myself interested in a pullback. Jerry Day, Powell Day, Trump Day, or Clay Day. What are we calling it? I think you should call it Clay Baby. Like I think I'm going to change my name to that, Clay Baby. Jasmine, what's the difference between buy bid, buy market, sell market? I mean, exactly what they say. Like you're buying at the market price or you're buying at the bid. Or either you're selling at the market price or you're selling at the ask. I don't. Maybe you mean something more than that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. But I mean, the buttons kind of mean what they mean. I guess if you don't know that MK stands for market, I could see that. So yeah, buy market, buy the bid, sell the market, sell the ask. Hey, we got to hit that by the 3 hour and 30 mark. We need to get this up to at least 335 likes. So let's get 7 more likes here in the next 7 minutes. So if you want to keep the party going and you have not yet hit that like button, make sure you do that. Let's keep the party going. Futch, there's Futch. Where you been? Yeah, you are late. Let's go. 3 more likes. If you use market buttons, you will 100% get filled. If you use bid and ask, there's possibility. Okay, yeah, that's true. Good answer there. Work. Come on, man. You gotta tell. Oh, my voice cracked again. You can tell it's starting to run out of steam a little bit. We are now at the overnight high with that pink line, so not totally shocking to see it kind of wiggling around here. Yeah, puberty is who knew I'd be going through puberty again at age 41? It's crazy. Crazy. But it's probably because I got so much testosterone in my bones. Hey, thanks, JJ. Could sell at 290. I mean, you could. I don't know your plan, Ace, but I mean, yeah, you could. Okay, Futch, I'm deleting that out. No, I know you mean nothing malicious, but I operate under the premise that I am trying to draw in, trying to attract, trying to make people aware of prop firms for the first time. And my part of that theory is I don't want to overwhelm them with 30 different prop firms. So around here, we just stick with Take Profit Trader. But like I said, I understand. You didn't mean anything malicious. I just want to let you know why I was deleting that out. Because I think Take Profit Trader is the best, cleanest experience for somebody new to the prop firm world. But then yeah, after you get prop firm experience, if you want to expand your empire, then sure, you can go around and sign up with other prop firms. But as a beginner, who again, I'm assuming that is the demographic I'm talking with here, I just want it to be a clean forward path. Hey Clay, looking strong today. Hey ES, after our Howard to press the short. Hey, yeah. Pressing the short button's a little bit of a challenge. I hear ya. Thanks, Mutch. Or did I say Butch? Futch. I'm thinking that since it is 2:13 Eastern, this is too early before the close for this to continue upward without a pullback. I mean, maybe. No, we are now approaching the. We just went to new highs. Wow, this thing just continued. Like I said, well, I had said this feels like a slow and steady grind, which is why I'm not getting short. But this part right here is not slow and steady. That's just a big spike. That's just a big spiky grind, if there's such a thing. Hey, we need 2 more likes and we're good. 2 more likes and we're good. Then we should be clear sailing to 250 likes, which will be the final goal. So if you have not hit that like button, let's do that. There we go. So again, I'm stuck in the same exact thing. Just explain why I'm not going long. That seems like too much of or explain why I'm not going short. That just seems like a grind. And then this here makes me think, okay, not only is it a grind, it's shooting upwards, but then to go long right now, it just seems like such a chase. It seems like such a FOMO trade. Congrats, Zach. My surname is Futcher. Like Butcher, but with it. Okay, Futcher. I'll do my best to remember Futcher. But thank you for clarifying. All right. I might try a pullback here to, not might, I will. Going to try a buy at the green line there. A little bit of a pullback here. This is mainly based on the 5-minute. 5-minute strong green candle. We'll see if I can get a pull back to that overnight low. So looking to play some sort of like back test and go. So I am looking to try to get long at that green line. Wait, I can't remember. No. I asked. I asked if Trump's speaking. Somebody said I think it was Tulsi Gabbard was speaking. I know you all will, but as a reminder, if one of you please don't mind, letting me know if Trump starts to talk. I do want to know about that because that's an equation changer. Thanks, Zach. Good job. Congrats. All right. Well. At this point, I'm going to cancel out my buy order, trying to play a pullback. As you can see here, there's no pullback. Just going straight up right now, but I'll keep a close eye on it, see if we can try to get some sort of pullback. It's getting spicy at the briefing. Uh-oh. With the reporters? What's getting so spicy? Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, for me, there's nothing that can be done. We are at essentially highs of the day. If you're not familiar with my platform here, that white line represents the high of the day. So in other words, the price will never be able to get above that line because the price will just push up the white line. So I mean, do I really want to go long right now at high of days after this pretty overextended move? Do I really want to get short right now when this is, to be fair, has been a very strong grind? I don't want to do either of those things. Neither of them feel very comfortable right now. So that is why I've just got to deploy the sit on hands, SOH. Now I know I've had a couple of crabby moments where people continue to ask the same things. One thing to give, I'm glad nobody's been, what's SOH? Because I think I say that enough where everybody just knows. So I appreciate. Now I know somebody here is going to be like, what's SOH, Clay? I know there's at least one troll that's going to try to push my button, but I'm one step ahead of you. Again, I want to go long here, but at the same time, I don't. That seems like such a risky trade. It seems like a total FOMO chase right now. Can't do it. Got to wait for something to develop, or at least some kind of pullback. You can be SOH better than yeah, exactly. Sorry for asking this. If you start the take profit trader, once you pass it, there's no, correct. No, that's a good question. Only during the test phase. That's why, Brian, I say aim to pass the test within a month, which is more than enough time. Because after you pass the test, that monthly fee goes away. But yes, during the test phase, which you can take as long as you want to pass the test. I think people should aim to pass it within a month. That way you don't have to keep paying that monthly fee over and over. Because the more money you have into an account, that's more of your risk, right? But if you just get it passed within a month, then like I said, in this situation, just to illustrate what I'm talking about. So if you just do the 50K and you get it done within a month, which again is more than reasonable because futures move and they move quick, then your all-in risk from that point forward is $102, which is amazing when you think about how much more over $102 you can make, and that's your entire risk the entire time. Like prop firms, it seems like a scam. It's like, wait, what's the catch? And they're good. Yeah, exactly. Don't be like Travis. Don't wait 2 weeks. And use code Clay, Brian, if you don't mind. If you wanna support the channel, get the 40% off. Get the $0 activation fee, Brian. Code Clay. Get you that. Help support the channel. Helps make all this worth my time. And as I've said before, I try to set every live stream just to be transparent. There is the business component to this. I am a father. I'm a husband. I got responsibilities. So this does need to be worth my time to an extent. And the quickest way to make this quote-unquote worth my time is to use code Clay, which also helps you out because it gives you a promotion. So it's a win-win for everybody. Cool. Thanks, Brian. Good question, though. That's a very astute, valuable question. But yes, again, aim to pass the test within 1 month. That way, and the cool thing here is that once you get to the pro account, you still have real-time market data, but there's no more monthly fees. So in a sense, you're getting free market data every month once you're in that pro account. So that's kind of a hidden thing. I mean, I don't know, in some ways. Do you try to just pass one test and then you never trade it, or make little small trades so that you can just always have market data and no extra charge, or I should say live market data? I don't know. Maybe they'd catch on to that. Be like, hey, how come you rarely ever trade this thing? Oh, there's the breakout again. But we also have to mention that these private want you to work within their trading model. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that's an argument for them, Worthy Gains. I agree. Prop firms make you work within their model. Prop firms have rules. But you know what these rules are going to force you to do? They're going to force you to focus on risk control, which is a good thing. It's an annoying thing. Trust me. I don't want to have to manage risk. I don't want to have to focus on risk control. I just want to show up, YOLO, make a bunch of money. But that's not actually how trading works. So yes, you're absolutely right, Worthy Gains. So we are being real. You're implying that like I wasn't being real. No, I'm being totally real. Part of Pam's plan is being real. There are rules. Yes, there are rules, but these rules are going to force you to manage risk, to focus on risk control. Wow, look at this move. Reached your target. Good job, Roland. Congrats. Just, like in hindsight, this looks like such an easy thing to trade. But like right now, it's not. These movements are not easy. Even this, well, Clay, you had this little bull. Okay, yeah, fair enough. You did have this little bull pennant. But I mean, this little bull pennant couldn't even pull back to that line right there. Like there's barely any pullbacks. It's nuts. Is G-Cow booming? G-Cow is my favorite ET. Let's go. Look at G-Cow. Let's go, Judd. This is one of my favorite ETFs right here for my passive income. Let's go. You're back to break even, Liverpool. Good job. Good job. Okay, again, Anto's World, I just had this conversation like 2 minutes ago. I'm deleting your comment because I'm operating under the premise that we have, my goal with the live stream has always been, from the beginning, I want to make people aware of Pam's plan. I'm not here to prove that I'm a good trader. I don't care what you think about me as a trader. I'm here to share Pam's plan with people because a lot of people, myself included for a long time, were not aware of Pam's plan. And Pam's plan is awesome. By far the best way to go about day trading. Most efficient way. So because of that, I am assuming that a lot of people are brand new to prop firms. And a quick way to overwhelm a brand new person is to throw like 30 prop firms at them. So that's why here we're just talking take profit trader. Take profit trader, that's who we talk about. Everybody else, they're just a distraction. Now, if you once you get with take profit trader, do well, and then want to expand out, then cool. But at that point, you're gonna know what to look for, how the rules work with other prop firms. Right now, I don't want to overwhelm people. I'm trying to bring people smoothly into Pam's plant, and I think Take Profit Trader, due to their very clean set of rules, due to their great payment policy, offers the smoothest transition from somebody that is brand new to prop firms into the world of prop firms. Yeah, again, that's why I'm very passionate for Pam's plant, just because it's day trading stocks, day trading options, which is what I did for a long time. It's garbage. Again, in the category of day trading. If we're talking stocks, I invest in stocks. Stocks are great but I'm talking about the category of day trading. All right, I'm going to FOMO smart here. Smart FOMO, here we go. Okay, I'm in. What is a smart FOMO? Well, 3 layers here. Layer number 1, it's a prop firm. So I have my risk very insulated based on that fact alone. Layer number 2, it's an MNQ contract. So the less volatile of the contracts. Layer number 3, 1. What's Pam's plan? This is my argument for why, if you want to be a day trader and want to day trade most efficiently, you should day trade futures through a prop firm. So that's what Pam's plan is summarizing that argument, that strategy, whatever you want to call it. See, that's why you don't want to FOMO. Look at me down. See? Good thing I FOMO'd smart. I'm down a whopping $18 right now. Again, that's another reason why prop firms are pretty cool. Like, I'm very glad I did a FOMO within the risk controlled nature, the risk controlled arena in which I did it, as opposed to just because has anybody ever give me a 5 in the chat box if you've ever FOMO'd with your own funds, with your own cash. So let me start that off with a 5 on my own. Has anybody ever FOMO'd with like your own funds? All right, I'm out of that trade. So that was like a $25. Yeah, exactly. That's a really bad idea. Look at that FOMO. That's a terrible FOMO. But I got it out of my system. I just got a friendly punch in the face of why you don't want to FOMO. But the quote-unquote punch in the face was like a $25 loss. Oh, well. Yes, and got roasted. Exactly. Whereas if you FOMO with your own funds, like it's hard to want to get out where I did. Like with your own funds, okay, let me make this work. And then you start averaging down, and it can turn into a train wreck. I've been there. But with this, just based on, again, the nature of the prop firm, the nature of everything, it's different mentally in a good way. That's what I mean. The prop firms are very popular for many reasons. A lot of people like the leverage. A lot of people like the copy trading. A lot of people like the fact that it is for futures, and futures do move great. But I would argue the core reason why prop firms are powerful is because of the risk control, the risk management attribute of how they protect your own money, because you have such of your money on the line in the first place. Okay, V, bless your heart. You're focused on the wrong thing, V. You're focused on the wrong thing. Can Canadians use it? Yeah, yep. That's the other nice thing about Take Profit Trader. Hold that thought, V. You're thinking about the wrong thing. I'm going into coaching mode. That's why I'm raising my voice. You got to shape up, V. You greedy little minion. Okay. But the nice thing about Take Profit Trader is before them, the countries I always got questions from: Canada, UK, India, Australia, and then Europe. Hey, Clay, I want to trade the U.S. markets. What would you recommend? It's like, and there's never like a universal broker. But now with Take Profit Trader, they are open to all those countries: UK, Canada, Europe, Australia, and India. So now I can just be like, hey, trade futures and use this as the prop firm. That'll give you access right into the USA markets. What did I just talk about, V? What was I talking about before you asked that? But aren't you sharing your profits? That tells me your mentality is on, I want to make money. But what did I just spend a bunch of time talking about, V? Risk control, risk management. So V's complaint is this. Well, if I go to my pro account, and in the pro account, I only get to keep 80% of my gains, or Pro Plus, I only get to keep 90%. So let's just go with the pro. That is true. Of your gains, you only get to keep 80% of them. But here's a question, and many of you have heard me ask this before. But I'm asking you, V. It's true you only get to keep 80%. If you're using your own funds, you do get to keep 100% of your gains. But you also get to keep 100% of something else, V. What else do you get to keep? Again, if you're using your own funds, to be fair, you do get to keep 100% of your gains. But you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is this something else? No, keep on fishing. That is incorrect. Exactly. You also get to keep 100% of your losses. And given I just harped on how this is a game of risk management, of how risk management is by far the most important thing, I look at it as like an insurance policy. Yeah, sure. You don't get to keep 100% of your gains. But if you just have a terrible day, you go on tilt, you lose your mind. And I've been there before many times with my own funds. I think a lot of other people here. You are literally potentially losing thousands upon thousands of dollars of your own money. You're potentially giving back all your gains. But with prop firms, because you're paying yourself out, you're putting profit in your pocket as you go. So if you have a terrible day, sure, you lose your account, but you don't lose all your progress or all your gains or anything like that. So to me, sacrificing a little bit of the upside as an insurance policy to protect the downside against those bad days where you just lose your mind is well worth it. So V, stop thinking about, well, you have to share your profits. Your mind is in the wrong spot. Your mind is on how to make money. Wrong spot as a trader. If you want to succeed in trading, do not focus on how to make money. Focus on how to manage risk. I know that may sound kind of boring, but I'll say it one more time. If you want to find success as a trader, the way that I will say guarantees you will never find it as a trader is how to make money. But the way to give yourself a chance is to focus on how do I manage risk. No, V, that's not quite how it works. No, not quite. All right, I might be taking along here, so I gotta get serious here. Let me cook. Oh yeah. All right, I want to see this come down to the 21 EMA, the pink line. Give me a little bit of a hammer. I'm looking to get long, but it's got to come down a bit more. Exactly. But let me cook. Let me cook. Hey, let's get 8 more likes. Let's get this up to 250 likes. We're close. I'm in long from right there, Clay. All right, I'm thinking about joining you, Futch, but like I said, I want to see a little bit more confirmation. But to be fair to you, maybe you're the smart one that's not waiting for a confirmation. You're saying I got enough confirmation already, Clay. That very well could be the right decision, but that's why hindsight is always exciting. Next candle short, okay. I'm not quite so sure I see that one, the loyal ones, but if you see something different than me and Futch, more power to you. Nothing but respect if you're thinking for yourself. And we'll see how this next candle, I want to see how this one closes. And then if this next candle, so assuming this candle closes nice, and then this next candle comes down and then starts to come back up, I'm getting long. Okay, there. Okay, nice. That's a good candle. Like I said, now I want to see this come down and then come back up. I'm not going to say it's necessarily got to hit the pink line, but it's got to come down some. Nobody knows where it will go. 100% true, which is why stop focusing on making money and start focusing on managing risk. You know, I want to, again, this is where hindsight. Maybe I'm being way too stingy. Maybe I'm being way too high maintenance right now. But I want to see this come down and then come back up. Oh, yeah. Nothing drives me more insane than when somebody shows up and says the price is going here or the price will do that. It's like, no, you that's definitely not the case because you don't actually know that. But yes, I'm glad it makes you laugh. It makes my blood pressure go up, Hinges. So you have a much better outlook on it than I do, Hinges. I need to learn how to have me make it laugh instead of my blood pressure going up. You got the pullback? Nice. I'm still trying to get the pullback. But I think maybe I was a little too stingy on my requirements. All right. I mean, this is finally got the pullback. We're at the 21 EMA. We're at the overnight high for a back test here. So, like I said, I just want to see a little bit more confirmation that for this to be the bottom, but we'll see. Trying to be patient. I personally want to see it come down one more time and then see if it can recover. But self-admittedly, that may be a dumb requirement. We'll see. What do I think about holding past close? Holding what past close? Looks bull now. Yeah, I'm thinking bullish. Position in what? Like what I'm asking, Wormer, is if you're asking from a prop firm standpoint, you can't hold it past the close. You've got to be in cash, or you've got to be, they don't want swing trading. You've got to be out by the end of the day. And it would also depend on the position too. Like if you're holding a stock that, I don't know, specialized, like Pepsi. Like I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't think Pepsi, if you held Pepsi in the Tesla earnings, I don't think Pepsi really cares about what's going on with Tesla. Again, I suppose that could be possible. But now, like if you're holding another EV company stock in the Tesla earnings, then that's basically just a gamble at that point. Because unless you have inside information on what Tesla earnings are going to be. But even if you had inside information, you still don't know how the market's going to actually react to the earnings itself. Because sometimes a company can have good earnings and then the stock just plummets. I'm still waiting to try to give me some sort of long-sided setup here. Do you manually close the trade into the end of the day? No, you got to remember to do that, Angry Sushi. I guess, I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't say for sure. I don't think Take Profit Trader closes it for you. I just think they were like, rule violation. Short 295. Okay, okay. All right, Loyal Wiz. Stop 305. Okay. Not where I'd personally take a short, but hey, Loyal Wiz. He's been around the chat for a while. We'll see what happens. I'd be a little nervous for a short, but hey, nothing but respect. He's throwing out his numbers ahead of time. That's what it's all about. I've traded about everything but, oh, well, you're saving the best for last then, Hinges. Once you trade future, well, assuming you're day trading, you'll never want to trade anything else. That's what I was always told. I was told that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you'll eventually be a day trader of futures. And that's what's happened to me. And everybody here that has tried Pam's plant has gone and tried futures day trading, has come back and said, oh yeah, I'm never going back to day trading options, or I'm never going back to day trading crypto, or I'm never going back to day trading stocks. What do I think of binary options trading? I'm not sure there could be any more of a gamble than that. Not a fan at all. There are so much better ways to go about trading efficiently compared to binary options. Most analysts are predicting a 9% drop. Yeah. Yeah. Analysts, good old analyst. I will counter and say we will test all-time highs again. So Romero thinks we're headed to highs. We got Loyal Wiz with the short. We got Romero thinking it's headed back up, although Romero did not give us a trade plan. So that's the difference, Romero. Loyal Wiz is given a trade plan. He's given us an entry, a stop, and a target. So you think it's going to go back up, fine. What's your target? Unless I'm sorry, you might be talking about Tesla earnings. I guess I don't know. Exactly, Futch. We're all analysts. Exactly. Buy the fear. Like the options. Yeah, no. Again, binary the claim has never been and will never be that you can't make money day trading binary options or options. No, you can make money day trading whatever. It's a question of efficiency, of risk management, of capital management. And day trading futures through a prop firm, again, Pam's plant, which is what we preach around here, that is, I think it is mathematically provable to be the best way to go about it. When everyone is in their fair, you buy Tesla up. Yeah, maybe. To be fair to Tesla, over the years, buying the fear has worked out. I am more of a probabilist. Well, then that's still what trading is, or that's still what we're doing here. This is all probabilities. You're looking for edges. Well, Wormer, are you analyzing something before you make a decision? Now, nobody's claiming you're a good analyst, but we are. If you are analyzing something, you are an analyst. Whether or not you're good at it is a separate question. And if you think those stock market analysts are like, I mean, come on, give me a break. Give me a break. Glad you're streaming. Well, thank you, Ruben. Yes, it is semantics, and semantics matter. Society could use a little bit more understanding of semantics, and then maybe people would stop yelling at each other. Because more times than not, people are essentially saying the same thing, but then they're not quite understanding, or they're, Yes, it is semantics. And I'm going to die on the hill. Semantics matter. What do you mean by that word? It's kind of important. If two people are using the same word, but they mean it differently, that sounds like a dog chasing its tail as in terms of conversation productivity is concerned. Kind of just putzing around. Still trying to wait. You still short, Loyal Wiz? Romero, did you give us your long-sided trade plan yet? Oh, there it is. All right. Romero, oh, he's on the MES, though. Okay. Where's your... Uh-oh. Romero, I'm scared. I always freak out when I see people give me an entry and a target, but they don't have a stop loss. I'm scared, Romero. Where's your stop loss at? I'm nervous. Some of my orifices are puckering right now for you. Please stop. Please make them stop puckering. Give me a stop loss, please. Thank you. Okay, Loyal Wiz. Maybe. I'm still a little bullish biased here. I'm scared to go against Loyal Wiz, though. What do I think about BCTX? I think that you are a beginner and you need to do a lot more learning. Because that is a very dangerous question you just asked. Very dangerous question. You tap the brakes. You need to do more learning. How can I tell you're a brand new person, don't know what you're doing? Because you included no context. For example, how is that dangerous? Well, let's say you're asking about BCTX from a day trader standpoint, but I just assume you're asking from an investing standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from an investing standpoint. That's very irrelevant information for you. As someone that cares about it from a day trading standpoint, what do you care what an investor thinks? Or on the flip side, maybe you're asking about it from an investment standpoint, but I assume you're asking about it from a day trader standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from the day trading standpoint. Again, that's very dangerous because that's irrelevant information. No, Khalid, that's not how this works. The fact that you did not know to tell me for the long term at the start tells me you don't know how to ask questions. And that's what new people don't know how to do, which is fine. We all start off as newbies. No problem at all. We all start off as new. So Khalid, my thoughts are do more learning. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. That's my thought. You don't know what you're doing. Evidence. Now, somebody that does know what they're doing would have showed up and said, hey, Clay, I'm a long-term trader. I like to use the hourly and daily time frame. What are your thoughts on BCTX? Or somebody that knows what they're doing from a day trading standpoint, like, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I like using the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and the 15 minute. What are your thoughts on BCTX? Do you see the difference than just saying, what are your thoughts on BCTX? So, Khalid, you are a newbie. That is okay. We all start off as newbies. But I can tell via that question, you are way too far ahead of yourself. So, slow down, tap the brakes, do some more learning. Because imagine, you had to specify long term. Imagine, Khalid, if I just assumed you meant day trading and I just started telling you my thoughts from a 1 minute time frame. What do you care about the 1 minute time frame when you actually cared about the long term? You see how dangerous of a question that is, Khalid? Why are you being a jerk? No, I'm the one being compassionate. I'm the one not assuming. I'm the one pointing this out. Just chopping around. I might have to get long here. Just. So here you go, Khalid. As somebody that is new, I think this could help you out quite a bit. Free class I'm offering tomorrow. So, of course, other people are invited too. You don't have to just be new. This is open to anybody. But there you go. Click on that. Get signed up for it. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Client meeting went well. I'm glad it went well. What did I miss? Oh, you missed all sorts of stuff. I don't even know where to begin. You did miss somebody call me Clay Baby, which I will be changing my name to. I think tomorrow the new name of the channel will be Clay Baby. Not to be confused with Santa Baby. I want to join the long side, but they're not giving me a setup that I want. I don't want to buy up here if my stop's got to be down here. Short did open and made almost 46. Okay, I mean, maybe. Next time though, Dr. Jerome Powell, show up ahead of time. Tell us your entry point, your target, and your stop loss. Tell us all that beforehand. And then that would actually be really amazing. But like, yeah, you showing up right now and telling us that you short at the open, I mean, maybe. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, son. Don't mess with Clay, baby. That's right. I'll give you a spanking if you don't behave. No, exactly. Only my wife puts me in the corner so that we can make out. I like this long. I hear you. I did not ever quite get the entry point that I was looking for. Which again, as I say, and I'll say it some more, hindsight may make me look like the biggest fool. Like what a dumb requirement that was. But I can also say, to be fair, sometimes my requirements make me look kind of smart. But right now, looking like the requirement that I had is might be having me look dumb. But that's what hindsight will do to you. Sometimes hindsight will make you look like a genius. Other times hindsight's going to make you look dumb. And if you have a problem with that, then I don't know if trading is for you. I don't know if trading is... If you have a problem with the ultimate judge known as hindsight, making you look dumb, I'd probably avoid trading. What are your rules for entry and exit when trading? Well, that depends on the strategy I'm using. My overarching trading strategy, if you're saying, Clay, what's your trading strategy? The overall strategy is this. I've got to, right here. I need to be able to answer yes to two questions. These are the questions. Is the risk logical and is the risk controlled? When I compare them with the potential reward. If I can answer yes for each, then that's we're looking at a good situation. So that is my overall strategy. But the finer tuned details, well, that's just going to be that's going to be more of a case by case basis. It's just itching to go up. Yeah, no, you're right. I just don't like where my stop loss would have to be. If I got long here, I just don't like my stop loss location. Feel it's just too much risk than what I'm willing to take right now. One tick away from stop loss. I don't know if that... Oh, I think right here. Close. Oh, he's out now. Hey, nothing but respect, Loyal Wiz. You showed us your trade plan ahead of time. It didn't work out. That's how it goes sometimes. So you're saying the risk isn't logical. That MJ, you are quite the puzzle master. You are quite the dot connector. Listen, this is the MJ. We got a dot here. 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 This is MJ. This is MJ. Boom. 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 Attaboy, MJ. Exactly what I'm saying, good sir. Exactly. No. You know what Pablo said? When he was doing it, he was like, I'm Mr. Clay puberty again. I'm Mr. Clay, baby. By the way, thanks to Jasmine, I think that was the name. Thanks to Jasmine, I would appreciate if everybody now referred to me as Clay Baby. Okay? Loyal Wiz. I think Loyal Wiz might be on tilt watch. Careful, Loyal Wiz. Be careful. Okay, I'm buying right there. I'm in. For a little scalpy scalp. Give me that scalpy scalp. I've said this before. Fair warning. If you ever say scalpy scalp, kind of fine. But if you say it like scalpy scalp, you'll be addicted. And then you'll run around the house in front of your children and wife going, give me that scalpy scalp. And then sometimes your kids will say it. Other times your wife will just look at you and question, why did I say yes? Why? Why? Clay Baby builds a pole barn. At the pole barn, yeah. It is brutal in Iowa right now. Yesterday, the feel-like temperature is 103. What is it today? I'm assuming they're still working. I didn't text the guy. Especially because we have rain. What's feel like right now? 101. So it's 91 degrees, but that humidity has a feel like at 101 right now. I'm going to try it. Have to be with my dog, though, as I live my own. Yeah, I don't know how dogs react. I have 6 kids, not dogs. So I do have a good sample size of how kids may react, which is nice about 6 is it gives you a good sample size. Like if you have 1 or 2, I mean, that's great. You have kids, that's awesome. But like from a statistic sample size, like 6 is a pretty good amount. Oh boy, I don't know if your mom comeback would fly around here. I mean, they could try it, but there may be some consequences. At dinner, when you snag a dino nuggie from the kids for the dad tax, say, "Oh, that's good." I will have to do that, Jeff. That's a good usage. I may take another long here if this wants to come back down to the 21 EMA and then bounce off. Which, by the way, just so people know, like this was not rocket science for me. Now, to be fair, there's other pieces to the puzzle, but came down, started to show some strength at the 21 EMA, so I decided to take the scalpy scalp. It's been okay, blackout, but I can see how you might not be totally pleased with it. But yes, if this 21 EMA fails, I would not be shocked at all to see the price come down and at least revisit the overnight high. So much so that maybe I'll try a. Yeah. I mean, it is a bear flag. I mean, there is a bear flag. The but is, though, it's a bear flag occurring in a pretty strong overall uptrend. So I just don't know how much I trust the bear flag. But if you were short because of the bear flag, I see it. I get what you're saying. I just don't know if I'm quite there with you because of the context that which the bear flag is forming in. I have 4, but they're all grown up now. Well, there's never too late to give it a try. All right, Loyal Wiz is in, I think. Oh, no, he's waiting for it to come up here. 300, he wants to get in. Stop, 307. All right, he's not in quite yet. But nothing but respect. That's what it's all about. Look at Loyal Wiz. He has given us a trade plan ahead of time. His entry point, his target, his stop, all ahead of time. There is no hindsight quarterback trading. Nothing like that. Even if he's wrong, that's okay. At least he had the courage. At least he was willing to throw his trade plan out there ahead of time. You don't like the 9 EMA. Well, I don't have anything against the 9 EMA. I like the 21 EMA better, though. Marty's short. Marty's short. Martha's short. Somebody's short. 1 minute he's saying Martha's short. Now he's saying Marty's short. Hey, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to push this up to 260 likes. That'd be great. I said I was entering short again, didn't I? I said if it came down to the 21 EMA and then went back up, but yet I didn't. I don't know. Was I reading the chat? I totally missed it. I don't know. You've been short 25 minutes now. Where's your stop at, Worthy? $25. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So you got short around here? All right, there we go. Angry Sushi, check it out. Trade plan all ahead of time. Jeff, trade plan all ahead of time. Nothing but respect. That's courage there. It takes no courage to show up and be like, yeah, I got short right there. I mean, to be fair to you, maybe you did. But also to be fair to myself and others, or maybe you're just making stuff up, you know? But if you say, when the price is right here, and then you say that you're getting short right there, and then we watch that happen, I mean, that's a, hey, that a boy, great call. Worthy, I'm nervous. Why are you not giving me a stop loss? Maybe you have, to be fair to you, someplace else, but where is your current stop loss at, Worthy? I'm nervous. I'm scared for you, brother. Hey, Worthy, is your stop loss just your account? Like, my stop loss is if my account gets blown up? Is that what we're doing here? All right, good. No, Worthy has a stop. That's good. Trying to get long. I might have missed it, though. Oh, no. I'm long 52. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Push up, push up, push up. All right. Woo! Woohoo! That was... Why didn't somebody not tell me? Why did somebody not tell me that I had a 52 there? You dirty, not paying attention people. I take... Goodness. Woo. That was close. That was close. I wanted 2 of those contracts. I had 52. So therefore, I really, you could actually, in all honesty, you could argue the fact that I even tried to make any money was the wrong move. I wouldn't be totally opposed to that. The reason why I did was because I did like the setup. So I thought I still did have a good chance if I got out basically slightly green. And to be fair to myself, I was right. But at the same time, like I said, I'd be open to the critique just in the sense of, yeah, dude, but you wanted 2 and you had 52. Don't you think you should have just gotten out immediately? And that is also, that would be fair pushback. So the reason why is, okay, the original trade plan is off the table, but I think I can get at least a little green. And I was right, but oh boy. Hey, come on. Hey, you guys got to watch this number up here. So what I must, okay, so this is what happened. I had 5. I must have clicked up there thinking I did that. So I highlighted it to do that. But clearly that was at 5. And then I thought I did that, but the cursor is still there. So I went 2, and that's how I ended up on 52. That was spicy. That was spicy. I don't even know how much I made on that trade. Yeah, that's good. That's good, yeah. But I will change it now. Woo-hoo. I fell asleep with the mouse in my... How do you fall asleep with the mouse in... That's crazy. I made 104. Thank you. Okay. Man. That was spicy for sure. You have to just leave it and say the line for... That's true, Futch. Have you been here before? That is one of the lines I use every now and then. If I get super aggressive and I kind of reach that mental state, that's exactly what I do. If it dies, it dies. I will try a long again. First phase is I want to see it come down to the green line and then come back up. But I just want to do 5. Steve, if you're still day trading options, I'm because I started off the episode trying to educate you, Steve. So maybe you mean you made 980 on futures now because you've moved into Pam's plan. I hope that's what you mean by that for my mental health. In fact, Just don't, if that came from day trading options, just don't even tell me. So I don't want to lose my mind right now. In fact, just don't even say anything, Steve. Because if after showing you the math, you still went and day traded options, I'm not going to be able to deal with that mess. So yeah, just don't even reply, Steve. Don't even reply. For my mental sanity. I don't know. Is this supposed the SMA? I don't know then. There are my EMA settings right here. So there you go. It is an EMA. It's not the TMA like we discovered earlier. And as a reminder, if you are in the prop firm space or you're convinced but you don't know where to start, again, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, go with Take Profit Trader, especially if you're a beginner. Clean set of rules, best way to go about it. And if you're already in the space, you're already a prop firm trader, and you're just curious, hey Clay, I like what you got going on here. Any way I can support it? Do you have a Apex account or a code? And yes, code Clay with either of those. But again, beginners, if you're brand new, the smoothest experience is going to be with Take Profit Trader. They have the smoothest set of rules, great payment policy. But yes, after you get in with Take Profit Trader and get your feet wet, start to become an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader. If at that point you want to expand the empire out, get more accounts at other prop firms, then Apex, they'd be another one that I'm willing to put my name next to. So Code Clay is a way for you to really just also support the live stream. And as I've said, and will continue to try to be transparent about, as much as I do enjoy this, there is still the business component. It does need to be quote unquote worth my time. So the way for that to happen is to use Code Clay, and that way you get a discount. So you're benefiting. It's not like I only benefit. We both benefit, but ultimately that will keep the live stream going, because I do need to, from a business standpoint, justify spending 4 hours of my day doing this. But for all of you that have used Code Clay, I appreciate it. And for all of you that, now if you want to support somebody else, go ahead, use their code. That's completely fine. But I just want to be transparent. I cannot say I'm here doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart because I enjoy it so much. I do enjoy it, that is for sure. But there's got to be other reasonings for it, because like I said, I can't pull myself away every day 4 hours from my family just to hang out on something that brings in no revenue, but I'm just having fun doing it. It's got to be worth something. So hopefully that doesn't offend anybody, but that's just the brutal truth. It's got to be worth my time. Also, if you are interested, I am offering this free class tomorrow. So I'll put a link here in the chat box, free webinar. You can check that out, and would love to have you. So yes, Code Clay. Again, it's a win-win for everybody. You get the discount, you'll get the promotion. But it's also a way for to help support the live stream. But so that is all I have. I'm gonna go ahead and call it good. Not bad. 260 likes. Still, we just can't quite get up to the 300 likes. So I think we're still recovering from 2 weeks ago. I was on vacation for a week, and I know live streaming is a cutthroat business. And if you're gone for a week, people move on, find other stuff. So still trying to get back to those numbers we were at previously. And get up to 300 likes. But maybe tomorrow we'll be able to hit it. We'll see what happens with it. But yeah, on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. And again, if you enjoy and you want to support the live stream and you're using either of these prop firms, use Code Clay. And that's just a great way to help ensure that the live stream and the party will continue. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I will see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. But everybody, take care and have a good